shots and being able to stay alive the entire time. I mean, that's just what you have to do coming into an open zone like that. Once you have the numbers.
We saw quite a few rotations coming in on towards this eastern side with several teams thinking.
What's up, everyone? My name's Wolf, and before we head into the finals this weekend, let me introduce you to the PUBG Mobile National Championship UK Group A star team, Arena 51. Although we didn't make it to the finals, this squad consisting of SYRAX, Snow OP, Demon, and Translate put up a heck of a fight. To understand how, though, they were able to pick up those match points, let's take a quick look through their plays on the battleground. The second week was where it's at with Snow OP, double punishing Conqueror for their over-aggression in around shooting range, and then taking that aggression to the final day where AR-51 truly popped off. Demon defending a burning Conqueror in the desert warehouses, but all before taking it to the green rolling hills with Translate straight up cyberbullying Kukuri, running over Karma for good measure in the Group A final game. Even if Arena can't make it into the finals this time around, they're still going to be leaping and bounding their way across the future competition. And what an exciting prospect it will be for this squad. I've been Wolf, and I'll see you everyone back over into the PMNC UK finals this Friday, Saturday, Sunday over on PUBG Mobile and PUBG Mobile Europe YouTube channel, as well as checking out all the action and more exclusive interviews with the players on the PUBG Mobile official Europe Instagram.
This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. It's time for rising stars to shine. Show their skills, win a pile of cash, and become the pride of our country. We are proudly presenting the tournament the United Kingdom has been waiting for. PUBG Mobile National Championship returns with a prize pool of £22,000. The tournament consists of 3 stages through June to August. Open qualifiers were held from June 4th to 11th, where all the registered teams put their skill to a test in order to get to the next stage. 32 best teams that will survive this massacre will move to the group stage, which will be divided in 2 groups and take place from 5th to 8th and from 12th to 15th of August. 16 teams that will get the highest standings during the group stage will proceed to the final stage. Here it comes, the finals. They will be held from 20th to 22nd of August. Mark these dates because they will make history of PUBG Mobile in the United Kingdom. Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes. £22,000! Now that's a chicken dinner.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, and welcome to the PUBG Mobile National Championship for the United Kingdom Season 2021 Grand Finals over here. My name is Maximan. I'm going to be your host for the 3 days here of action are going to be coming your way here for the UK edition. And you know what? To take you through the games, I'm just a host. I'm just a mere host. We need casters to get into the thick of it all, and that's going to be none other than Professor Tarzan and Highland Wolf. I'm going to start off with you, Highland. It's been a while since we've worked together. How are you doing, man? It's been a long time.
It has been a long time, but we're back now on to the PMNC finals, and we've already seen what Max has been 2 weeks of epic action from 2 separate groups, 32 teams, but now we're down to what will be our 16 teams. And I just want to, before we start off in the stream, I'll ask you how you are. I mean, ça va bien? I mean, ça va.
Ça va très... Hey, this is the UK edition. We got French stream on the other side.
Know, right?
So I don't think... Okay, we got French casters and everything. So I don't think we need to take French into play. But
you had to ask me in English. You have to ask me in English.
True. Okay, I do feel kind of sus. I feel like the imposter because you got another great UK personality over here, and that's going to be Professor Tarzan. And for you, it's the first time we're working together. So how you doing, man? And how does it feel to work with a person like myself?
It's amazing. I mean, we've done our little, catch-up time. Right? I shouldn't say catch-up, but we get to know each other. It's been great, right? Of course, we've got our differences, but we'll get through that, right, Max? And today, amazing, because I almost feel like should I say, like a paternal figure? I know some of the players. I've seen them play, been in different teams, and mature through the tournament as well. And I think these 16 teams are actually very good representative, I should say, from the respective groups, right? So we'll see a very good show tonight and see how they adjust to all those things. I've got many questions that will be answered by the players.
I can't wait to see what the answers are going to be to all our questions going into this. But as you mentioned, guys, like we have 16 teams that are now remaining at the very start of this national championship event for the UK. We had 32 and they just got slashed in half. We had an absolute Thanos snap situation happen here. So now the 16 best teams in the UK will be trying to fight for a big portion of that prize pool that we'll be talking about a little bit later. But now, as always, when we start a tournament or we start the grand finals, we need to talk about the rule set and exactly what we're going to be dealing with actually going into these games itself. And of course, if you take the win here, I'm going to send it over to you, Tarzan. I was going to go to Highland, but no, Tarzan. 15 points per win, no big surprise, but that 1 point per kill, that's where a lot of points can come from.
You know what? Like, I still think people are somewhat adjusting to this point system, Max. And it's been almost a year or so. Like, they're slowly adjusting. There's still certain teams who would be, who still haven't found the best balance when they're thinking, do I rotate or not? Or do I set up a certain number of teammates to get some of these kills, to farm outside of the zone or whatnot? But it's obviously what we're slowly getting used to now. 15-point chicken dinner. If you get second place, 12, then 10, as we see all the way down. And if you don't make it to top 12, you don't even get one placement point.
Yeah, it's pretty nutty to see happening. If you get some teams that do come into these games as big kill points, that can definitely set you apart from the rest of the competition. But also, we've got to check out the overall prize pool, the dashed monies. That's what we're going to be aiming for over here, Highland Wolf, because not going to lie, for the UK scene, that's going to be £22,000. That is insane for the UK scene.
It's pretty stacked indeed. 22k and also £6,500 just for that first team alone, down to 3,500, 2.2k all the way down to £450. But also, I think not only is the MVP spot something for £450 for their own individual player at the end, but also the fact that we're also competing for that one PMPL spot going into the end of this tournament.
Yeah, I would even say that is more important than the prize pool. And still got to say 22,000 is still going to be insane in the grand scheme of it. But really, when you're checking it out, and now we know how teams can qualify to the global championship at the end of the year, we might have a UK representative over here to actually make it to the global championship at the end. I don't know what you're really thinking here, both of you guys, but it could be a possibility to see, as we're going to be actually having to check out the teams on the overall standings to see the top 8 teams of both Group A and Group B that are going to be participating in these grand finals. And not gonna lie, we have some pretty big names, and especially big players that are absolutely wrecking havoc over here on the battlegrounds.
Oh man, I mean, for sure, when you look towards here, some of the teams, of course, we look at NDL, SYRAX, I think, being the big ones coming out. I think the other really big team being TRG Direction, these top 3. I mean, I also wanted to get your own thoughts as well, Tarzan, because I was also thinking about Thunderstrike Crew, but for you, that's the team that you've had in your heart, right? I mean, you voted for them, PMPL UK, see if it can come back.
Is really hard to say. I think it's about a chess game, right? I think both groups and A's and B are extremely different. I feel like Group A is slightly more stacked, right? No one take offense from that, but it's based on experience, based on what they get punished on when it comes through all those games in the group stage. And I feel like Group A has a small edge. And then on the other hand, we have Triple Direction, what we know as TRG Esports in that group stage. I feel like they haven't really got any challenges that come even close to them. So coming into this, a kind of different lobby this time around, they need to kind of find some ways to continue their dominance.
I think it's going to be great to see if you can also build that continuity and that kind of leeway from the group stage into these finals. That's what we're going to be hoping to see from a lot of these teams. But now we're going to be checking out the schedule that we're going to be copy-pasting every single day for the 3 days of these finals. And 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars. I think no one's going to argue about that one, guys. I think that a lot of people are happy to see only one Sanhok every single day. But
I'm not happy.
Because you're not happy? Or you like Sanhok?
I'm not happy. I love Sanhok.
Come
My favorite
on.
map.
Okay. But what I wanted to point out is because you have so many games of Erangel and Miramar, and I'm going to send this over to you, Tarzan.
Yeah.
Are there any teams that you think, because of the amount of maps of each that are going to be played, that could really stand out a lot from the rest?
I'm going to say, it is a really tricky question. How about we say it this way? We will look at the maybe first game, then we will maybe predict momentum from there, because we talked about so much about adaptation. We talk about experience and mental coming into today, and we've seen some of these teams just really had one single day that basically explained why they're here. And for those days, they've got maybe just one big game. It's either last game, I don't know what went through in the comms, how they talk to each other to prepare for that, or they maybe have started that day strong. So like these things are great predictors, right? When it comes to how they can play for all these 15 games, including today and the following 2 days.
Yeah, 15 games going to be pretty snappy, but you know what? We also got a pretty snappy system that's been put together just for this event, and I'm super hyped to see how it's going to work out, because we got community voting, ladies and gentlemen, that's put together for this national championship for this event. And it works very simply. If you're over on Twitch or you're over on YouTube and you want to support your favorite team coming into this UK edition of the finals, feel free to spam the hashtag of your team so you can put a vote in. You got nothing to lose, everything to win. For example, if you're like me and you want to vote for Conqueror UK, you put in the chat hashtag QX and you'll have a vote taken into account for that one. So I'm going to start with you, Highland Wolf. If you had to vote, if you were in the chat, which I mean, you're even better than in the chat right now. You're literally talking on the stream.
I'm live.
What hashtag are you going for?
I mean, for me, I have to think about hashtag triple. I wanted to save them also on the list of teams because they are such an incredible team. And I got to speak actually with Reznov previously, who was not only a member of triple, but also MVP of their group. And to actually look at some stats here, I mean, they come up out of that group with 49 kills, 53 knocks, okay, 7 headshots, but the amount of damage they deal for their team is 10,173 damage in total through all of their games. And I think this also speaks to the fact that if you look actually to the rest of only triple, all of the other 3 members, they're also high in kills, also high in damage, and that's what's beautiful about them, is they're not only such a great team individually, but they can play as a team as well.
Look, I'm not normally really good with math, but those were big numbers, and big numbers in PUBG Mobile Esports tend to be pretty damn good. So I think that is definitely a good decision to go for. And I'm going to say now is your turn, Tarzan. We waited long enough. What is going to be the team that you would be voting for right now?
You know what? Highland Wolf went for Group B. I'm going to go for a Group A team. I'm going to go hashtag NDL. And I'll tell you why. Like, this team is stacked. I think the problem is not just about where they've been from, and to say, hey, that would definitely mean that they would do better, but experience is so important. We talk about mental. I know how this team's been playing. They basically told me, you know what, we're going to start playing serious in the finals. And I think that confidence, if they can guard that line right, Max, if they can make sure they're confident but not arrogant, and they can play really, really well. You know, some of these other teams may be the first time to see, look at this beautiful virtual studio, man. Like, just look at all these, figures moving, and they would be they may get a little bit of cold feet, should I say, or cold hands, right? And that itself is a problem, and that nerves can really, really get to you. And I think that would be NDL, like showing even by the interviews, by the plays, from the experience that would get them a decent start.
Oh, there we go. We actually got the community voting results already in. That was real quick. That was snappy. And Team Savage will actually take the cake with a third of the votes actually come in their way, 33%. Is that coming out as a surprise for you, Highland Wolf? Like, Team Savage up there, we didn't talk about them so far, but 33 is a significant amount.
I think it is a little bit of a surprise. I think that Team Savage definitely looks strong in their own respective group, but they still have a little bit to prove. And I think that it's going to be exciting to see what they can do to see those improvements onto our first match.
I'll see if the improvements are going to be coming to fruition in this very first game here for the PUBG Mobile National Championship UK edition for 2021 season. Boys, take it away.
Let's go.
Here we go. What a start here. Going to be a plain path down from the northern side to the south. I mean, Tarzan, this feels like what could be a very generous playing path, but I'm kind of feeling a little bit dangerous today. I don't know about you. I want to see some dangerous zones too.
You know what? I think this alone is pretty dangerous, right? So we've got a very good amount of teams who love going to this eastern side of the map. We've got some top contenders from Group A in particular that lost Milta. We've got SYRAX who love Novo, but they are not really fixed on that. And you can see there's still a lot of popularity going over to Hospital or maybe Georgiapol. For this playing path going from basically Zaverny to Novo, that means those teams who love to go to the western side may have to meet in some very popular car spawns positions. So we need to see how they play those early game. Have they done the homework to study how each other drop? How are they going to split? Do those plans A and B, not just plan B, but maybe plan C need to come through?
I think there is going to be a wide split from these teams, rightly so, as keep in mind, yes, I think 8 of these teams and 8 others split have, of course, played in between each other, but it's the first time, Tarzan, that the other group is now facing against their new opponent. So it's going to be an interesting shift of dynamic. I think we can expect something new coming into these 15 matches in this weekend and sees potentially even more carnage. That zone starting off strong on a wrangle here is already down towards that South Island, and Powerboy getting themselves knocked down from Team Savage. We heard about Team Savage on the top of that voting feed, but I mean, Powerboy not strong in this first few seconds.
It's a little bit unfortunate, right? Like they're supposed to know how each other play. They both were Group B teams, and to have a little bit of a change, maybe it's about that mind game, right? So this split around, School and the compounds between School and Pachinki really controlled by example team. Like that reaction is very, very important to see those parachutes and say, you know what, we do this now. Right, so it seems like example team will set a very good example to how to play and really get that support between players very early on. Instead of going for 4x1 split, they say, let's go 2-2, and they will get the earliest 2 kills in this lobby.
Oh man, 2 3-1s here already for them. And you talked about also this zone, and I think interestingly enough, a lot of these teams have dropped early on in that playing path. So there are going to be a lot of rotations down, Tarzan, into the main portion of the wrangle, into that south side. But for you, do you, as a player, go down to the south side? Because I don't know about me. I personally always like to go down to the south side. I think it is a little bit risky. It could shield shift up to the mainland of wrangle. But I think that it's better to rotate out the South Island onto the mainland wrangle than it is the opposite way around.
Oh, it's going to be quite tricky. I think it comes down to the research. If you know the teams are going to be, dropping close to, the bridge and coastline area, then you want to be more careful, right? And it really comes down to what your team likes to do, like usually as well. And your drop spot, sometimes if you know, based on the given playing path, you are very far from it, then you don't have priority to reach those par positions. You may just need to play a very edge style and know how to do it perfectly. You need to get those high kill points, play that position, and then make that trade to send in maybe 1 or 2 to risk it when you really need to contest those positions. Otherwise, you just need to play by what's in front of you, but stick to your game plan that came from your research.
TRG Nexus is on your screen, and I had an opportunity here to really speak with Nexus here, Tarzan. And Nexus coming up strong, he kind of said, okay, well, we think that actually Erangel is one of our stronger maps, but we also are looking more towards the side of Miramar. I think that TRG, one of the stronger teams in terms of their own group, but also I think a surprise because we didn't really know much about TRG heading into this competition. I think it has been pleasant. Also, I think from a lot of these other teams, like Excuse Me, the fact that Costi taking themselves back MVP of Group A as well, there's been a new, I feel, wave of players in the UK, and this is all going to be very exciting to see who represents alongside Lac Nostra MVP in those PMPL spots.
Yes, I think it's going to be extremely interesting. And once again, we'll be looking out for, at least for me, those early game momentum. Are those transitions coming through smoothly, rotations being very prompt? As you can see, like Sons of Odin made this sort of rotation before for a similar playing path. We'll first have some more shots fired up, and that will be TRG actually trying to control Milta, rotating past them will be, I need to find out who that is, but for sure, you know what? That bridge control is not for them to gain right now.
Oh man, bridge is going to be so important, and particularly down towards that south side, the eastern portion. So well stacked of players already down on that side. They do get across though. That is a more important thing for them. TRG will not take down Sons of Odin, so they do cross down towards the south side. And the Sons of Odin, we mentioned that getting towards the south side is also going to be important. But where do you set up now? Because the Sons of Odin, they aren't the first team to rotate in. They're certainly not the first inside that south side. Also, Conqueror will lose Snowboy on the kill feed. But as we do have to pause about Sons of Odin, it will actually be one death heading in onto Dragon. Fear have now cooked out one knock for now. And unfortunately, Conqueror here, only now 2 players. It will strike down one, but it will be one in return given over to the side of Conqueror here. Shokshi and Farah not quite there as a result, and they go in 1 by 1, and I think that's a slight mistake there from Fia's part.
You know what? I'm going to say it's a huge mistake. Let's be a bit tough, right? Let's be a bit rough.
Oh, we're getting in there already, the first game.
You know what? Why not? Because it's about, like, these things really, like, show the level of the gameplay, right? But, you know, it's, first of all, Max, good luck, because Conqueror is playing as a trio this game. They already lost one, but you know what? That 1v2 situation it's been good for them. So for Esports, it's about, knowing the numbers advantage, buying time for the support to take, an easier battle, right? You just have the off angle in here. Just wait for another 20 seconds, then take it, right? Other than maybe a very spot on comms to say he's incredibly low. Otherwise, you just kind of just need to go for that. But you can see just now on the movement as well, just mid animation, mid vault or climbing, that's not a good time to strike. That's how you should basically lose that player, right? That's kind of explained it all already, as we see Sons of Odin repeating one of what they've done for one of the biggest days that they played, one of the biggest games for these early rotations, right? Like landing around Mention, actually out-rotating many teams around the farm and Milta area. Hopefully that will reward them heavily.
Fia still going to have to hold off on those extra kills, and Conqueror do grab themselves away. And while we're still in this early game, I kind of want to set up the stories of some of these teams. And also towards, I think, the surprise that Most Wanted barely making it into that top 8. It was a struggle for him in that final week of the group stage. And surprisingly, they finished in 7th position.
I find that quite surprising as well. I think it's down to a few things. First of all, they don't have a full roster every time, and they've been having some, roster changes due to unavailabilities, right? So that really changes things a lot, especially when you got a good game or two, then you come have another game with a different player. That changes things. You don't share that hype. You don't share that adrenaline rush together, right? And so that is going to change things quite a bit. But right over here is something that I love to see. SYRAX, a team that really kind of pushed away their opponent right in Nova, will come in to control this junction. It's exactly what they have to do for the given zone and their favorite drop spot, and they will be able to set a pretty good position here with a split. I think they just need to think about when to strike, and I think that would be a very key thing for this type of circle, as well as keeping an eye out and having a plan in case they need to cross back to the main island again.
Ooh, that zone going down once more, 50-50 split. Well, I would argue it's actually 60-30, maybe 10% of that extra water in there makes it slightly harder, feels more like a phase 3 zone. I also want to draw your attention to that northern side, though. Most Wanted, they are a full squad, so success, Tarzan. We have managed to get all 4 players in the lobby this time around, and maybe they can come up clutch, because when you look back to them, actually, they were very close to making it to the PMPL originally in Spring Split. Very, very close. And they just missed out on that opportunity. You can bet your hat that going into this competition, 1 PMPL spot on the line, they're going to have to step it up. And they for sure will be aiming to do just that. You can also mention on the side of the south end, TRG Esports and also SYRAX down on the edge of that eastern bridge entrance onto the South Island. And Triple, unfortunately, already going to be losing now to Sons of Odin 1. Triple are a triple team, only Avis and Abstract remaining, as Sons of Odin did now look with that knock for the rush on in, as it will be the 1-3 split for Sons of Odin currently.
Do I win? Both of you have teams of trios, right? One has word triple in it as well.
Right.
Like, who knows how it's going to work? But like, these are small skirmish. When you take a spot like this, you really need to know how to make good use of it. And Sons of Odin to come in around this area every time seems like they're extremely confident as they try to land the repeat knock, but that won't be the case. The support comes in. Goated will be in a different position, trying to open the fight with utility.
Look at the northern side. Sons of Odin are trying to split all around the rest of Triple D. And unfortunately for them, they do find themselves surrounded. They did get a knock and revive back through. So Reznov is available, but look at his health bar. Yes, he has the first aid kits, but hasn't been used currently. So starting off in this situation of the fight, yes, you don't want to be caught with yourself healing in that animation, but still, I think it would have been slightly better. Sons of Odin, I think, slightly missing out on what could have been a nice push there onto triple, but not wishing to lose members early on. As Conqueror also will fire back one onto Example Team, as Junior there do lose one as well. Xenotactics, should I say.
A very tricky circle, to be fair. I actually find it very interesting, Highland Wolf, to see how teams are relying, on the zone to give them, more info, especially when it comes to circle. Like, there's so many teams still on that main island. I'm so surprised to see not more bridge action right now. And TRG, as a team who would get a lot of priority to cross this bridge, still sitting in main Milta. Like, for doing that, I really want them to have all these really well set up to know the strength of Milta around that main road and actually make it work for them. Otherwise, they would just get out-rotated if the zone continues to shift towards the military base island.
I love as well that these teams on the Eastern Bridge are focusing on that high ground too. They're not looking to allow the rest of these late rotation teams inside of that South Island itself. And this is a problem where those teams on mainland Erangel, they're not going to be rotating down to the south side. They may find themselves in a situation where they have to fight their way out in an uncomfortable position. Conqueror are also heading down to that South Island as well. NDL, though, they are more towards this western bridge. Here up now against OMA. OMA even now getting caught out by the blue zone as well. Makes it even harder. Makes it feel like you're fighting a completely different team that just hates you as it goes all the way down towards the eastern side.
You know what? I think this circle is actually nice for a lot of teams. For those who crossed already, just need to find a good way, use their map knowledge to maneuver themselves through military base. And for these teams still on the main island, they can actually just meet on the bridge, and that actually is in the zone. And I think for this circle as well, around 40% water, I would say we need to expect some fishies, as we say, right? So where are those boats? Where are those small bits of land in this beautiful ocean of Erangel? Those would become prime real estate.
Novo, I think the most wanted, making a very risky rotation, but I like that they're doing it early on over towards Novo to not be caught out by teams already on the edge of that ocean side. We've seen a game already in PMN completely threw down everyone rotating into Nova on that South Island beforehand. We know how disastrous it can be. Example team also heading over for what could be a risky play here, entering towards the northern side and hoping on the edge of the cliff that it will maintain itself just enough time now as they need to find that rotation through to the South Island as well. And for Example team, another squad I think have been slightly struggling. I think that they have both seen improvements through week 2, and it's been one of those teams, Tarzan, I think like a lot of these squads, new and upcoming, that have found improvements as the tournament has gone on.
You know what, like, I actually feel that, and sometimes that happens throughout a particular stage of the tournament as well. So we need some warming up as we see, some of these teams are more clumped than split, right? And so that really shows maybe a lack of map knowledge, how to control that pocket of position better, or they just want to make sure that they are gathered, and that's not easy. And Max, that is almost one death, getting his one death, but it will be picked up, and they're actually in a very decent position to assess the bridge, and so many teams are actually so slow coming into this, and I don't know how they're going to do it. And look at that boat, so shy in the beautiful ocean, will be very, very important. And TRG is now in position. Maybe they will have a bit of a fight.
Oh, they are. Niko unfortunately found themselves caught out of position. Rattle looking to come around the other side, but can they find it? We are split now. Niko will find one. Rattle not even looking the right way. Gets popped down by Niko. One up for him, but can he find a second? Getting caught from behind as TRG Direction do move their way in. Unfortunately, their shots through from the underground. The little toesies to Niko sent him packing. Now down to just one for Conqueror. Is also there for NDL. Jody gonna get exploded down by Sons of Odin. Sons of Odin making work here to try control this south side, but losing silence as they struggle to defend against also a third party. NDL striking one back.
You know what, like, IND has such a strong position. If they know how to split around it, that would be great. But Sons of Odin need to hold this down before we pull the trigger.
Inside the shed, NDL, they found you and they execute you down. Say goodbye, as it will be now. Sons of Odin reduced to just one player here is Sons of Odin Daddy trying to make those revives. Silence on the opposite end. And Sons of Odin, one of those other squads that I really got the opportunity to talk to here, and they felt they had to represent the UK. I mean, Sons of Odin, as silence will fall down, fortunately to them, they have been one of the most, I think, common or popular would be the better word of choice here for UK teams to represent. I mean, they have been in the scene for so long.
You know what? I would love to see them do great. Actually, they did decently well in group stages, but you know that inexperience, I would say, would be a huge factor. As you can see, I just kind of expect this already. You know, like teams to be forced to pick between fighting and rotating. TRG actually got quite a bit out of that fight, and this is time to rotate. I mean, down to only one player when you are so close to getting into the zone. They are a Milta team. That means something needs to be changed. They can no longer rely on that. They need to come up with a different pacing when it comes to rotating. And look at One Death, still not dead yet with his beautiful pan underneath that bridge. Can really play stealthy and slowly get away in. 300 meters is not undoable.
It is tricky, though, for sure. That zone is collapsing down, as it will not stop for the rest of these players inside the South Island. No, excuse me, Costi, the MVP, holding back the full squad of Oma, as they do look to control up top of this radio tower. Just on the edge of this decent bridge. Oma still looking to press their way inside. Splash outside the opposite entrance here. And they are trying to use those throwables, but they're not to any effect here. They're being pushed back still. And the problem is that they're against this blue zone.
I think the very key thing here, Highland Wolf, is to know when to shoot. Even if you got info, because the blue zone is coming in, when we see the new zone, it may become the fact that the team that you're trying to be aggressive upon will really gatekeep you. So like this is where trigger discipline comes in as well. It's not just about team shooting, it's knowing exposing yourself and giving away your position and how that may cause yourself trouble potentially in the next zone.
As well as IND down from the very tippity top of this hillside will be able to strike onto not only Oma, but also, excuse me, fortunately, that player zone has started to strike on its victims. Bilal for Fear will be the first to fall for it. And I think will only be more. There is Shoxy as well. I'm going to join them inside the afterlife. Excuse me, Costi does fall down though, as it was. We mentioned that third party. Shashank does find the initial knocks, makes it slightly easier for Oma as also their strangers completely getting knocked by Most Wanted from the underside of Novo Hill.
You know what? It's just extremely tricky. Like sometimes you would think, hey, I know this part of the map. Like it seems clear right there. This type of landscape, if you didn't have perfect knowledge about it, you don't know how to split which side to properly look, and you have to always reassess your surroundings. That's the tricky thing about this. And SYRAX 2B, our Novo team, they should know this part. And I want to say this again and again, if the circles goes towards where you drop, I feel like you should win that, right? So that is what I'm expecting of this team, the first seed from Group A.
I mean, for IND, this is an absolutely gift of a zone here in this first game. You're on the top of the mountain. You have vision of everyone coming in from Nova who expected it to be there, just like he also Most Wanted, trying to find their position. Up now against Triple, but Fear will lose themselves out of his first match before them. Down to our 13 teams here is Most Wanted Hardman now getting executed by that play area. OMA also going to lose one as they too struggle against what is an absolutely diabolical zone here for these teams still outside of it, making their way up to the high ground. So difficult. You can see, unfortunately, there for TSC, they just can't quite cut it. They can't find that solution, and it will fall down as well. Most Wanted there will join alongside him, as well as TeamOma, a triple elimination just like that.
You know what? Such a punishing circle. It's punishing based on how it required you to get those vehicles very early in phase one and not lose them because you say, you know what, I'm just going to go for a swim. If you swim, you've got no cars on the other side most of the time. And look at these positions. You can really only bypass certain gatekeepers if you have the speed coming from those vehicles. And Sons of Odin would actually live with a sliver of health. And that will be NDL trying to move into the next position after some gatekeeping duties.
Oh, with Sons of Odin as well in some trouble. They are already now daddy remaining. Mentioned it did find themselves those revives earlier on. Might have bit off more than they can chew. Because Heroes comes out of Triple D. Then my team, you mentioned Conqueror. Well, Max, watch and learn. Because it's Reznov in from the upside. Abstract takes them down. And you don't even need 4 members to execute down squads because they do it so well.
You know what? That's the confidence coming through. Textbook done well. Right? Using one vehicle, what can we do? Like one to drive, one to be off angle, one to spray exactly where we're rushing to, and that is the good PUBG we will love to see. But just in the blink of an eye, Highland was 16 players for 7 teams, and that point difference when it comes to placement points, extremely huge. But we're averaging just over 2 players per team.
Oh, and now, but only 7 teams remaining. But look at where that zone positions. Look at how difficult it is to approach onto IND's stronghold here on the top of this mountain. As long as his zone stays alongside him, they can start to pick off these teams like themselves, NDL, finding themselves inside the bowl, inside the dip. Team Savage, there's no moving for them. And more importantly, that road is what stops so many. But unfortunately for them, IND, another gift of a rotation for them with a play area in SYRAX and Triple D. They're going to have an absolutely disgusting rotation to get in on top of that hill alongside everyone else. I feel like the only way IND struggle to defend you and struggle to take this game to a victory is if that zone shifts away from them or if multiple teams rush in from multiple sides.
I think that's the hard thing, right? Like people can come in at the same time because that's just the golden hill right here. So for this type of position where you don't really have to do much reset up, everyone's just holding onto one position, 360 control. That would be the easiest position to win this game, right? But like they really need to do this basic work and just don't go down to some very basic type of maneuver, right? To sending 1 or 2 with the Overwatch, 1 or 2 not in this mountain. If you have a too big of a split, that's GG.
TRG, they are one of those squads trying to make themselves up to the top of this mountain. They do make the climb halfway there already, but they're edging now onto the edge of example team, and Kindboy is still alive. They find a shot on the backside. The Sectoral is holding form for the moment as Triple D will survive. Another TRG Direction now down to just 6 as their SYRAX trying to defend. SYRAX topping their group, but can they top the PMPL? They're trying. They got 4 kills already. More importantly, they've got still 4 players here, and that is vital when it comes to trying to make those split rotations up to the top of that hill. IND taking down row 1 as Londa will fall short.
It's just extremely tricky. It's almost to the point that they need to allocate some resources. If you've got some hard cover, you know, 1 rock or even just 1 smoke to buy some time, you need to maybe give some meds across. This sort of circle will be highly dictated by the zone. Some of these people may fall down as well. Like, these landscapes are crazy.
Team Savage doing it well there. The favorites to take this game, falling down in 6th position as Abstract falls to the play zone. I think for my team, there we go. Reznov will be last. Unfortunately, don't quite make it inside the top 3. 5th place, Saul Triple D will get. SYRAX are continuing to move, though. They still are continuing to try and make themselves a push into that play area. They found themselves positioned on the edge. They do lose safe before the smoke does deploy. And unfortunately for them, they do have now a little bit of a tricky rotation to make to find that knocked member, that revive. It do get through to hype, so it will now be the revive coming back in. Still a full squad here for what will be SYRAX, cable off the off angle. But IND, this zone continuing to stay with them. They do have to be careful. There is a rogue NDL approaching from the downside.
you know what? This is the ultimate test. When the circle comes to you again, and you need to know how to reset up, how to apply more pressure, right? And the problem is, they've got the cars as well, and I want to see them use it. And we talked about this already, Hang Wolf, like in this type of circle, like these early vehicles, and that allows them to do early rotations with good vehicle protection will be vital hard cover in the end zone. And that will actually be NDL still in the game as a duo, but they will be tracked by Premix. Let's see whether he can land these shots.
Oh, Euphoria trying to get themselves in the Wizard Tower, conjure up something, but unfortunately only gonna conjure up death, as it will be delivered. IND giving it to them, but Yaya on the edge of life. There isn't even a health bar there, but a first aid kit does come in. And that is so clutch for NDL to survive, as there is still, keep in mind, 3 other teams other than them still in this game. So here is where the placement points do start to rack up. SYRAX are making that insanely difficult rotation up to the top of the hill. We finally approach to where IND are, but we have the problem of in this clearing, just rightly so. Look, IND can take control of them. They can start to find those peaks. Yaya trying to dip dodge, dive their way under those rock side cliffs. They do find their position in, but for how long? As Cable on the backside will get blown into smithereens, but Euphoria taken with him. Yaya falls down. NDL take 4th position, and IND even going for the flush. They're coming down the top of their demise, as it will now be only here. The rest of SYRAX, 1 more player. They have 4 kills, but IND have double that. They're looking for even more. Example on the backside, Kindboy trying to chuck the grenade. It does go wide. SYRAX take now 3rd, and Kindboy, maybe all we can find is a kill. Kindboy does find 1. We need to find a 2nd. Can he take it? There is someone right above them, but they can't go all the way out. Premix not even going to be given to them. An example, they take the first chicken dinner. I mean, what an absolutely insane game there through from IND, grabbing themselves a position on top of the hill and taking the game and taking everyone with them.
You know what, like, it's not easy in a way to win a game of those positions. Like you mentioned, it's so, in a way, like so many teams can come at you at the same time, but the circle's been given to them. I have to say that, like, it's one of the biggest zone blasts that I've seen in a while for the particular landscape, right? So I'm happy that they have a good start. Now it's about whether they can carry that through and how angry these other teams are. As you can see, somewhat, you know what, all 3 of us just kind of suck, right? Or should we say we trust people wrong? Like they're all trios. Well, we tried, but and they tried. To be fair, they made some decent, got some decent points as well. But we need to see how they're going to carry that over, and hopefully they'll get their full squad.
Oh man, what an absolute stomp for the first game. It was IND taking the chicken dinner victory. But before we head through to the future ones, we'll be heading through to a short break where we'll join you and also Max back on the desk.
My name is Gunjan Limbu.
My name is Jaja and I'm from NDL UK.
My name is Will. My IGN is NDL Will.
My name is Rolandos. My nickname is Rolkers.
My name is Raouf Bouchatal and my nickname is Jody and my team name is NDL, Niko Defense League.
I normally have like a couple of TDM games or like sit in training room or trade park and like spray targets, I guess.
Well, basically we already knew each other from a long time, so like since maybe a year or 2, so it kind of made sense to just make a team with people that we already knew, so that's pretty much how the team was formed.
So we know each other for a while and we have played together in different teams before in the past. PMDC UK came out and we decided we can make a team together, so we gathered us together to try it. Like maybe we can win, and if not, we will have a great time.
So I believe my team is really confident, and we know what we're doing. We're also confident. We're not too overconfident. We know our boundaries. We know how to play the game, how to play the zone. We also have a lot of experience. For example, Rolkis has played PMGC against the top teams in the whole world. I've played in EMEA, top teams of EU, that's my highest level of comp, and just all around really good experience in the team. I think that'll lead us.
I think it's amazing that like we're facing like different people from like around the UK. I think it's like amazing to play.
Yeah, especially representing my country, like the UK, and we can show, because UK is a new region really, especially in PMCO. So we're happy to represent the UK region.
Possibly, there's a low chance. I mean, as always, I mean, in official tournaments, there's usually almost always a surprise team. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was a surprise team, and you know what I mean.
I would say if don't take rankings in this stage, group stage, to heart. Honestly, any team can surprise us. Any team can do anything in this game. So don't be disheartened that you're the bottom of the leaderboard or whatever. You can still pull it back and take the #1 spot, #2, because obviously we're going to take the #1. But yeah, that's all I have to say.
And have good task delegation.
TRG, they are going to be looking to take dominating control of the zone as Silence now gets silent, and of course down goes the Sons of ODIN. The rest of the squad from NDL now looking to get pretty aggressive, and I mean, what a great consistency we've been seeing throughout the day here from the side of the Niko Defense League as they move up for yet another go at it. Oh, finding the shot straight up in towards Goated. The Sons of ODIN now being reduced down to only one remaining hopeful. This is CR7. Will he be able to get it done? Finds a beautiful hit straight on through. Now, will he be able to hold on? Oh, no. The unique killers right back up into the lobby. Meanwhile, we see the rest of the zone just erupting in chaos. The players here from Conqueror UK looking to push on towards the players here from Arena 51. The FUD squad just holding behind them. We saw quite a few rotations coming in on towards this eastern side with several teams taking positions down in towards the south. But even now, setting up those mollies, looking to find that opening. This players here from Conqueror UK comes up with a beautiful jump shot. Hitman gets taken out in mid-air and down goes Arena 51. Beautiful wrap around play from Snowboy. You know, this is where the teams can step up, have a bit of fun, but also, you know, there's still a little bit of competitiveness coming into the mix here, and Prada sneaks in that cheeky crossbow hit right over into Euphoria, but Jaja now holding on to the top floor. Yes, they might have sent one bolt straight up into Euphoria, but Jaja says, oh no, it is not going to end that easily. Albert now looking to push on in. Jaja quickly abandoning the rest. They're looking to get up into the fight, finding quite a bit of damage right on through. Now Jaja jumps out the window, getting a little bit cheeky with the approach here. Let's see, will he be able to get it done? Yes, indeed. Could be on his last breath, his last straw, as Supreme gets ready to cook up a nade, but a quick maneuver coming in from Zero. Oh, there we go. Puts the spray straight up in towards Jay-Z. Supreme now just outside. He also gets hit right on down. But AK-47 comes in with a quick save there. Oh!
Don't forget that the PUBG Mobile Championship here is brought to you by Xiaomi. Thanks to them, you can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. But you know what? That was also a very powerful start, I would say, to these finals for the United Kingdom edition, because IND had a really strong circle and they did not give it away, Tarzan.
You know what? Like, that is what I want to see. I feel like they've done it a little bit slow, though. Their military-based team, if that is their favorite spot, take it early and strong. But they did it well. They strike at the right time, because what I was worried for them about is they run out of bullets. So hard to loot whoever you killed, but they held strong. Strike at the right time. Full squad, remaining in the last of the game.
Yeah, I even had a point I didn't have time to make at the very start of the show, was these are big shoes to fill when you call yourself Team IND, because there's a very skillful Team IND around, and it seemed really easy. They had a strong position, and they played it really well, Highland.
Oh man, the fact that IND in their position to hold, I think it was very smart early on to take that high ground position. I think that if it doesn't work that way, you can, it's easier to rotate back down from it. But to get up the hill, we saw how difficult it was for all of those teams to do it. There is just so much of an open space, those flat points of getting up to the top of the hill that stopped everyone in getting to them.
Yeah, I agree. I think it definitely did help quite a lot over these highlights. We're going to have to check out, as this was the big push off triple. I got to say, Tarzan, I really enjoyed how they were trying to take one fight at a time. Unfortunately, did overwhelm them at the end, but I think that was the proper strategy when the circle is really hard to deal with at the end.
Oh, I think it's just amazing. Like, when it comes to just trigger discipline as well, it's so easy to get knocked when they're trying to control so much, but they try to progressively work their way down, and I think it was great. Like, they made that work for themselves. It could have gone scary, and I think that's one of the biggest, given zone that we've seen in this tournament, but they made it work, and that was much needed momentum for kind of a new team.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised here. I was like, wait, top team got only 2 points, but no, we're starting from the bottom 8. So there we go. We're gonna ease into it and check out the top teams right after. Strangers, unfortunately, get himself a 0-pointer. Same for TSC Ultimate, that really came into this one, I think, as the team that you wanted to talk about a bit, Highlander. We were hoping big things from them.
TSC Ultimate, I mean, Tarzan as well hypes them up. I think they were definitely one of the hype teams coming into the spring season. I think that through summer, they've also been a slightly more coin flip team. I think that they have those really good games that are TSC-esque, but also they do have, rightly so, their games where they just don't pick up the points. And unfortunately, you can see in this first one that being the case. And I think also...
Okay, so that's going to be a great start for a lot of these teams at the top here. Example team, especially, that got voted for our top 3 by the community. So really good stuff from you guys at home. Seem like you know what you're talking about. But Team IND here, Tarzan, starting off with 24 points for such a short finals. It's only 3 days, 15 games total. 24 points on your very first game is definitely going to set you apart from the rest.
That's a very, very important start. I think it's basically momentum and a confidence game, right? But I've seen this team struggle when the zone's not in their favor. So they really need to carry that over to very challenging zones and your harder games and still, maintain that way. But example team is actually surprising to me. And I think that is the power of the solo, right? They get some early fights and they try to, trade. And you know what? Like, it's so easy to lose your whole team in certain crosses of these bridges, but they just got that one guy who know when to move and when to strike. Just 888 damage, but, very efficient. 7 kills and made it to top 2.
Yeah, the transition rate from 888 damage into 7 kills is actually really high. That's a really good transition rate from example team. I'm hoping to see that not only be just a one-time thing, I'm hoping that's going to be some consistency, or in the famous words of Highland Wolf, we're hoping to see the consistency remain consistent. That's how we're going to be seeing things move on forward. But 2,000 damage from IND. Highland, I'm not really surprised. Seeing what a good position they had control of, especially getting 9 kills, it's a must. You have to get kills and damage when you have such a strong position.
You know what?
Oh, man, I mean...
Oh, you're here. Oh, my God.
I'm trying. I'm not quite there.
You've been missed. Right, so like that's great. So we're talking about this, and you know what? I know you have a view about like these few teams that we've been talking about.
Okay, I think Highland's got nothing he wants to talk about. That's fine. No, I'll talk about it for you. But yeah, 24 points especially. IND were one of the few teams that actually took a position of SYRAX. They were there first and actually were able to push away SYRAX. I think SYRAX are trying to maybe respond to a few of the repositionings that were happening of teams around them. But at the end, it's a... And you said it right when we were talking during the break, right? It's not a game that's really far out there. It's really simple to play, and IND just played it by the book. It's very textbook gameplay, but you call it textbook gameplay because it works really. So IND starting off like that is great, but it's not as top heavy as you might expect. You got a lot of teams that got themselves some 15 pointers, 10 pointers, so they're not that far off the rest really.
Oh man, I mean, I just want to jump in here and talk about those top 5. I mean, the fact that also INDS, of course, expected to take them into that one of those top positions, but the fact that it actually is very even across the board shows you that in this first game, even though IND were very dominant, and yes, they took the chicken dinner max, it actually, a lot of those other teams were still finding those kills across the battlefield, even around the rest of that South Island, and particularly down towards the entrances of those bridges, where we saw the likes of Sons of Odin taking down Triple initially, didn't go for the knocks, but we were still able to go to pick up 3 kills by the end of it, and as well as even the likes of Triple D making those pushes onto those teams on the eastern side.
Yeah, checking out the kill top players of this very first game here for the PMNC UK. Abstract and Cronus going to be up there, tied up with 5 kills each. 5 kills apiece is great to start off, and if you can remain at a consistent average of 5 kills a game, that is really hard to do. Highest I've seen so far in a long tournament is like 3, but especially when you're looking at some of the players, Kindboy especially is the one that stands out to me here. Tarzan, as he was just able to survive for as long as possible for his team and snatch away a second. It doesn't matter how you do it, but a second place is huge and able to steal it away from a lot of the teams in the lobby.
You know what? It's actually a harder skill to master than people think. Like knowing when to move and when not to. And sometimes it's about those spots that's in the back of your mind for some reason from seasons ago that you know that is pretty OP. I would just stay right in that one spot. And that will be one of the most deciding, decisive games or plays sometimes, across the whole tournament.
Yeah, I think it's a really good example that you mentioned up there, and Kindboy did play around that really well. So hopefully we're going to see a lot more of example team and keep on putting a good example for what teams should be doing in the future. Though, we're still going to be going into the match voting results, and I was way off the mark, unfortunately. As you know, I got the caster curse. I didn't think it would work if I was a host also, but I got the host curse. I thought Conqueror would do pretty good, but they came into the game as a 3-man crew, lost a few players actually early on. It didn't quite go their way. It was a little bit hard for them, but I can tell you once again that the community was absolutely on point. They got 2 teams right in the top 3. One of those actually being an example that we're able to steal it away. And unfortunately, Highland, us on the desk here, we got everything wrong. What's going on here?
Maybe we need to get higher new casters. I don't know, Max, but we didn't do so hot when it came to that first game. I think we picked teams that on paper were, yes, very strong. I think that, however, there are still the likes of so many other strong teams like SYRAX showing up, but I think also the possibility that zone, rightly so, was just kind of gifted to IND, but a lot of those teams trying to come out from the surface of that mountainside couldn't quite find their way up to the top.
There you go. That's going to be it for the very first community vote at the end of our first game. And we're going to have a lot more. So if you want to try and, maybe try your luck and see if you can get things right with the community, that's going to be great. Stick around for that because we're going to have to check it out. But now we're going to have some codes also appear on your screen if you guys want to win some good old loot here for the PMNC. I think we have a parachute. We have some really cool stuff. I'm not going to lie. I would try my RNG. Unfortunately, I work on the show, so I can't quite get it. But the loot is looking pretty clean, Tarzan. Not going to lie. The color scheme looks really crisp in game.
You know what? I'd love some of those. And sometimes, you heard some players say, you know what? That's not my character. That's not my outfit. I can't play. It's kind of like wearing the wrong shoes to a football game, right? So, it matters. Get your favorite outfit, go put on the code, and then maybe get some good games in. But you know what? Like, that was pretty interesting. That we've lost as well. Like, are we going to hurt each other after this and say, you know what, we all suck? Or no, like one of you has made it extremely hard. We may get into that, right? We try not to, but you guys have done an amazing job. And maybe Max and Highland Wolf, that would be about having supporters. Morale's so important. You've got fans, you've got family, all of them watching you play better.
I'm sure Example is going to be really stoked after that one, getting voted by the community and able to get yourself a second place. That is going to be huge, but especially, I'm not going to lie, now we're going to have another self-community voting happening on screen for this second game. It's going to be on Miramar, and we might have a few players of Team IND getting a little bit more few votes coming into this one, but I'm going to be especially starting with you, Highland, this time around. If you had to vote for another team, I don't know if you're going to stick to your guns this time, or you're going to go for another one. What would be the team you would vote for this time?
I feel that going to go for Triple D again, I think that the problem was that they only had 3 players. I think that the zone was very difficult. I don't want to count them out too quickly. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and see if he can take that second game on Miramar.
I could go for the exact same excuse. You know, Conqueror only had 3 players. They got dropped on in Rostock. You know, I'm gonna try and escape from that one. But once again, we do have a community vote happening right now. If you don't know how it works, if you're both on YouTube or Twitch, you can write right now in the chat with a hashtag at the start, the team tag of the team of your choice. If you want to go for NDL, you spam in the chat hashtag NDL. Don't need to spam it actually. Just once is more than enough. But you do not spam it either, Tarzan. You have to say it only once. What is the team that you're going to be voting for in the second game?
I'll go for NDL again. I'll tell you why. Like, they've been decisive still. Yeah, like, to be fair, Max, let's not use that reason. All 3 of us got teams of trios, right? So ours just did better, right? So that's fair. But you know what?
Fair enough.
Like, for NDL, they've been playing, I think, alongside Triple is the same, but I'm going to go for NDL because I don't want to, you know, sit right next to Highland Wolf, but very confident in their trio.
I see.
You know,
I see how it is.
Went to, you know what? I'm going to be the big spoon and the small spoon stuck in the middle anyway, so I'm going to play Savage, okay? But they are going to make this work, and especially for Miramar, for the code feed that we've seen based on the movements from some of these other teams, a team so decisive and experienced as NDL are going to highly punish it. There's no grass for you to prone. You need to know exactly which route you're going for, and if you are not crisp in your rotation and scouting, you're bloody dead. Like, so I think NDL is going to be great in this one by capitalizing off people's hesitation.
I think that's a really good actually idea you're bringing up there. So NDL is going to be the one you're going for this time around. I'm going to stick to my guns. I think I'm going to go for the same excuse as I said as Highland Wolf. I think Conqueror could get themselves this one. So I'm going to go back-to-back with Conqueror UK and see how that's going to be working out in our second game. But once again, if you want to vote right now, you can put the hashtag of your team in the YouTube or Twitch chat. Have a chance to support your team. And I mean, the community wins as a whole. There's no big prizes to win, but it's still fun to have a little bit of interaction with you guys in the chat. As we have this great looking 3D environment. And it makes me think, right? I miss LANs, Highland Wolf. I know you haven't had a chance of doing in a LAN yet, but hopefully one day. Oh,
one day.
Community voting coming in. And hey, they're back, but not in second place this time around. They're going to be in first place for the top 3 community voting. And no surprise, really. Consistency is going to be important. Second team also. And now we're actually going to be seeing Triple up there. Ooh, that's going to be an interesting one.
Oh man, the fact that their TRG Direction as well, only 11%, but still, I think one of those strong teams to be scared of heading into Miramar. And we, Maxo, are ready, and I'm very excited to now jump on to what will be our first attempt at the Desert Dunes.
Yeah, I mean, we got no more Vikendi, so my favorite map now is going to be, of course, Miramar. So I can't wait to get into it. Guys, take it away. We're getting into the second game here for the PMNC finals for the UK region.
Oh man, it's going to be an absolute whopper. And I mean, also, hold my cards close to my chest here, because also, Max, man, the fact that Reznov here, I was able to interview him, as I said, and, well, for the side of TRG Esports, he said that Miramar was by far their strongest map. So we are certainly expecting big things. And if they disappoint me here, I think I'm going to have some words with Reznov in those DMs.
You know, it's actually very, very tricky playing path, very eastern, and we know some of these lobbies love going to the eastern side of the map, and I think, you know, Picado is reachable if you've got good parachute skills, but we've seen Chumacera being very, very highly contested, so it's not going to be within that distance, especially when it's got that high ground, right? So that main road that connects Chumacera and Los Leones, we may see some early fights amongst people, between people, I should say, looking for those cars, but we've seen some very interesting rotation coming through already, and we talk about XT right here. So Xenotactic, they were initially in 9th place, but that 8th team just pulled out, so they've got a second chance here. I hope they've learned their lesson, and it's going to be a little bit hard, especially for the zone. Yes, I know it's kind of in the middle, but we've got a very eastern playing path, and that main road that's just on that eastern side of both San Martin, Hacienda, as well as Picado will make things very tricky for these teams. We talked about how late rotations could be very punishing, and I think I want to see some of these teams cross that segment of the map early into maybe around the Picado plateau that we'd like to talk about, Highland Wolf.
TRG Direction, they were voted for inside that top 3 very high, though, in Campo. And is that scary considering that they got their rotation all the way down from Cruz to Val? I mean, I had to hold that thought there because Fia, Farah, is already up now against NDL. Euphoria is going to jump their way up to the stairs. Can they find it? No, Farah getting knocked. That will be first blood through. And Euphoria fisting down Farah as it will be disrespect, but justly earned in the early game. You don't need to waste bullets because you don't have that many. Euphoria now going to grab themselves in a vehicle, and the getaway vehicle will drive them on by to the next, potentially here, of Fia.
And you know what? Like, it could be early game, studying, but you know what? Something that's really come through is the adaptability. Oh, someone's dropping on us. We need to very quickly talk about what's the next right thing to do. I can see like FIA Esports maybe is a little bit of a new roster as well. Yes, some of them have been experienced. The player who died, Farah, was the MVP in the last PMNC. Top fragger, got some of those money as well. I've got the pleasure to maybe work with him a little bit as well, but unfortunately didn't come through in this, and his squad was just slower when it comes to supporting each other this time around. They are going to get isolated one by one now. Bilal need to hold this down.
Oh no, Bilal, you've been surrounded, my friend. There's nowhere to run. Bilal only gonna have to kiss the afterlife with Fia will join you. And unfortunately, Farah and also Bilal now taken down means it down just to Shokshi and Dragon. Fia, I think they're one of these squads as well who have struggled, I think, at the start of that first game. I think that also going into the second game, having 2 players already knocked, you've got to imagine that now it gets a little bit difficult on where to rotate to. They could rotate wide and try to go along that western direction.
Yeah, there's so many options. I think after all, like phase 1, if you've done your homework, if you know your rotation path should be easy based on some very easy prediction, for example, it's a very easy playing path. If I'm the first one in the car to move to, let's say, El Paso, you should be okay, right? Let's say you drop pretty early on, right? If you're right at the bottom right, you want to go back to El Paso, may got beaten to by some of the teams that drop early on that playing path. So these are all the calculations, and that experience can really come in to help you make those predictions. And right here, TSC Ultimate, we talked about this team, how they've been struggling to be there until that last day. Not even until the last game did we know that they can make it in, not even by a close margin. They made it all the way to 4th place, Hyman Wolf.
4th place for them, and as well, Sons of Odin stepping up so far in the first game. They were finding themselves goated, rightly so, in the top 5 fraggers of that first match. But to see if they can do that against SYRAX as well, one of those strong squads that we're really looking forward to. I want to see, though, not just the big teams that we expected to step up, but also some of those unknown teams, the newer dogs to the board, really start to step up as well.
I still think it's about that warming up thing. We talk about code feed. We talk about, mentality. I love talking about it because we feel it, like even as casters or even in my professional career.
Mentality.
Oh, I love it.
Smart.
You know what? Like, you are pretty smart. You learn a lot from my colleagues, and we know how important that is. The momentum, drive, how you feel like you've been doing good, and for sure, every game. Just the nature of the game, right? A good amount of people will feel like they've done great. A good amount of people will feel like they didn't do too well, at least when it comes to the points, right? Some will win, some will lose. How do you adjust according to that will be the very, very key thing. We all have those experiences. We wake up feeling horrible, and that is like you just keep going downhill, right? This is where that experience come in. Is also the character of players, and skills is just the basic. We always say how at the highest tier, the really mechanics difference shouldn't be that huge, but when it comes to mentality and PUBG IQ, that will be such an important predictor.
Well, I know that I didn't wake up feeling horrible, Tarzan. I felt absolutely amazing getting ready for this PMNC finals. I'm sure Costi is too, driving away to the tippity top of that mountainside. They will have all the information in the world. And information, going back to the basics of Miramar, is probably the most important thing that these teams have and that they need to be able to get on board with.
And not just information, knowledge. Right, we talk about, again, I'm not going to over-meme this, but we can see, a team that like dropping in the central belt right here, just know how to split around it and try to adjust according to information as well is exactly what you need to do as a top squad. And IND right now, I feel like some of the splits that's coming through is like, they didn't really properly scout it. They got in position and feel like, oopsie, now I'm lacking some escape path. And that will be the solo just underneath this huge hill. And they need to think how to get this player out if it ever shifts away.
Colsey still looking over, as well as Conqueror will now find themselves up on the rest of the Desert Dunes on the flat plains. But straight back down to Costi. Cannot find the rest there of IND, so will they grab themselves away over to San Martin Plateau. And also, I think to note that, yes, Picardo is in the center and the Picardo Hill itself. IND, unfortunately, they do lose Shasha, and Costi was able to pull out enough pressure. Is the rest here around half the end of pass on. Another one of those high locations I wanted to mention. The Strangers and Conqueror already doing battle. Conqueror, they are back to a full squad, so we have now found here Snowboy as their fourth man back on the battleground. Hitman holding up though on the edge of that hillside, not willing to go too far. And neither Strangers, they will retreat. So for now, it does look just like repositioning, trying to find the best opportunity for both these squads.
I think it's very interesting because we've got a decent last few days for Conqueror, but they really have not showed up first game, but they know this area is their drop spot. Strangers, 89 points in game 4. Now, against this team, let's see how they can do with that opening not coming from Hitman.
Oh man, Hitman striking down Conqueror. They want that blood. They already take one down from Strangers. Strangers, it didn't do so hot on the lesser hot map of Erangel. This time it's only going to get even spicier as they're up against Conqueror, Danokai as well, holding their position firm. And unfortunately for Strangers, they have found themselves cornered inside their own building, as there will be Volt. Now also ES69 falling down as well. Yeah. There also for IND holding firm, but back all the way through. One more member flush from Strangers. Strangers, they have to defend. They're trying to find the revives back in, but can they find that success? Golden Boy trying to fend off backside. 69 still up front. Has found themselves revive. The Snow Boy going down. It will be Golden Boy strike down one. Defense successful. And Hitman now joins in for the backside, but can they take that victory? Yes, they do. W on one, but now the other Hitman takes a right picking onto StrangersBD, and already going to be 4 kills for the Conqueror squad. Max Man feeling redeemed.
You know what? Snowboy is an important player on this squad. He's so aggressive, and he's done so much work for this squad to, coming back and redeem themselves even just through the group stage, right? But that was brute force right there. I feel like they just tried to run in and shoot at anything that they see, and I think it's the decisiveness that they to come into Crash that I really appreciate. But this area is going to heat up. TSE will be challenged. Other than, excuse me, who would it be?
TSE also now up to 3 kills for excuse me. They're looking for even more, hunting them down. TSC, they have found themselves surrounded, and Prada is here to take that one, to post a slap in the TSC face and say, I've got a warrant for 500,000 PUBG coins. Prada is now gonna take that grenade on through. Brady, also a second. Gonna find down Bilal. That was successful. Costi, they find a second. But can they take down Tam Molly? We talked about making it heated, but it's going to go wide. Prada now enters in. Will get spotted out, but does a dance. 360 round, finds one. Prada has the shots on point, whereas TSC not quite there. And now Broughty, Molly back in return, trying to hold off. Needs to find a revive. Bilal edging the way closer.
That is just crazy play from, excuse me. Like, Prada is just trying them like a fiddle. He's just alone in there trying to use his movements to bait, like, these enemies out of cover. 2 Overwatch as well, but we've got some action at the bottom right there. Look at those southern action.
Oh, bad. Unfortunately, the side of NDL taking down a win and a prayer. Fear finding themselves out of the match. Prada jumping back down. He's got the dance skills. Has he got the parkour skills? Well, he's got the teammates there to support him, that's for sure. Because TSC now they find themselves in 2-on-2. But rush down Prada as that 2-man, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. They will confirm Prada out, but a revive needs to come back in, and here comes the cavalry. Albert is here. Bilal with 0 HP, barely to their name. And Albert has absolutely now 90. Jumping up the top shots. Will just walk their way around, and Bilal getting caught out of position. Will try to dodge. They have found that successfully. That dodge through is maybe going to have time to get that first aid kit, but no, will be blown up. Costi will just silence him down.
It's the art of movement manipulation from, excuse me there. They played it so confidently, the 3v3. But you know what? It could have been done better, but I really appreciate the aggression and individual ability. This edge is still there. It's getting really tricky. TRG's around this area, blessed by the zone in a way. It's not too far to travel. We have Picardo in town. The plateau still in play with that graveyard main road to separate this map.
TRG also fighting themselves against the blue zone, but even worse there for Conqueror is Conqueror do strike back. They're not quite done yet. They have found themselves the kills initially, but they spent so long outside that blue zone. We mentioned how difficult it would be to rotate from that northeastern portion. And actually, they have been overtaken by TRG. The most northeastern teams start this off, and they have now found Danoka. Unfortunately, will be Danoka completely first out by Evil, but one death will strike through, one in return. But can he keep himself alive? Might just be the Grim Reaper collecting him here as Nexus up the top of the hill. He does have the health advantage. The one death on the backside, surrounded, nowhere to go. And that Golden Marauder, as flashy as it looks, Evil don't give a damn.
And you know what? I don't feel good just like watching Conqueror UK play today. So far, they've got, they're a Hacienda Dalpatron team, right? Like, they land there, they've got priority. Why are they getting reverse gate kept? They're just around this area as if they accidentally landed there, and that's the issue that I feel like that's coming through their decision. But the most wanted, we want to see them shine as well against the other UK team. That will be a 1-for-1 for now.
Oh, 1-for-1, but Hardman is alive, so it is only going to be a reset here. Potentially Fahim does need to find that revive to Tora, but look at the position there from Xena Tactics. They're so split, they don't have themselves all together. Now they lose Siraji. It is a complete disaster. Is Tora the only one alive? Has to pull out a 1v3 situation. That third party is going to come in through. Tora finding themselves dipping down the hillside. Is the smoke going to block through the vision overall? And trying to send one inside the smoke, feeling a little bit cheeky, but Zephyr on the backside will strike down the initial not clear. Tora now the only one remaining. Siraji will find himself exploded, drawn through. Still can't find him, but Tora, then the nice moves comes to an end. Xena Tactics as well out. And what a series of fighting, by the way, we have had. And we're still in what feels like only approaching the mid-game here, Tarzan.
It's going to be insane. I think the landscape really predicts a lot, and this is where the knowledge of every single dip counts, right? And it's not just about, staying in there. It's using these to protect your vehicles. It's going to be incredibly open. It's going to be my prediction, right? When we talk about leaving that plateau and going down back towards that main road, there are only certain segments where you can move down bit by bit without exposing yourself, right? So those knowledge will be absolutely applicable here, as we have, actually the crowd's favorite for game one, Team Savage, making it in the center zone. I want to see them split a little bit and make use of that position so much better.
I like NDL's position actually here because they can just rotate through to the northern side, take San Martin Plateau, head their way onto the Picardo Hill itself, and there's no one absolutely there to take them because they know that all of that fighting has happened previously on that northeastern side. And when you look heading into Picardo, heading from that northeast down into the hill is so open that it's so tricky to make that entrance in. So even better prediction onto why NDL will be safe, even if they don't know that just yet themselves.
Yeah, so many ways to play that. I'd say while you need to play very loud sometimes to exert dominance, you need to make sure that doesn't compromise your chance moving into the next zone, because this circle can be extremely punishing. We talked about secret and small spots, right? These are dips so sweet for Aethys. I mean, we know this player for a while now, but high ground advantage is definitely there, and you test it once, the second time wouldn't work. Kosti takes down another one, although they're down to a duo. 7 kills on board right now.
Kosti still 7 kills, by the way, through, right now. They are absolutely popping off in this early to mid game phase. I mean, you think about 8 kills, really that border, that stamp to say that you're taking your name and you're smacking it onto the map itself. Sons of Odin, we do find one back in return. That will be 1 kill confirmed through for them as they find themselves on the kill board. There's a broken here, unfortunately, OMA find themselves struggling. But can they find those revives in total? They look completely knocked. The final member not even really there. And look as well, that third party, we mentioned about it. Example team will be on the top side, only to make it even worse for OMA. And OMA, they will be forced through. Triple as well, Naz will be confirmed. Goated as well, going to be completely taken down. So it might have been a little bit of a hesitancy on that engagement through from Sons of Odin, but here comes that grenade. There we go, on the ends to wall, will survive, gets tickled a little bit more. Molly will come in through, and they still don't find themselves burned up because that wall protects them, Tarzan, and that smoke protects them, but only 40 seconds of protection it provides.
You know what? Like, this type of position is exactly what you have to... I would say the type of position that you have to think so much about escape strategy upon entering. You know, you will be exposed to multiple sides, and we are seeing some very good 2-2 splits coming from these teams. They're down to 3 players now, Sons of Odin, but they made a decent split to apply pressure on, you know, multiple sides of the map to slowly enter through the southwestern side. That's what I want to do. An example team did the same. Right? They've got to hold this position, and whilst two to go more southern to, you know, try to get more sight lines. Now they gather up and will be able to get the sight lines towards the center zone and slowly move their way in using the info.
Excuse me, they still are on the edge of that zone, and where this zone shifts, Tarzan, that's the big decider of how this game will form. It does centralize back onto Picardo Hill. We mentioned NDL, their position, their strength inside of that zone. I think also Team Savage, they also have a beautiful spot just on the edge of that cliffside.
So tricky. I think there will be one team amongst, like, Sons of Odin, and IND surviving on that side. NDL will be third-partying from the north, and TRG will find their own pocket, but then a cluster fight on that southeastern side that we see. These teams need to just pull the trigger, thinking when to get a bait. They need an opening knock somewhere because Team Savage needs to make very, very smart move right now. We've got Excuse Me needing to lead this, and that will be Albert actually going down. IND wins that fight.
IND, the surprise against the zone. Excuse me, we're not expecting players there, and they get punished, rightly so for it. 8 kills is all they will grab, and their streak in Miramar comes to an end. Triple as well, only down to the solo of Athos. Yes, they found themselves at 4th man and 2, but it was to no avail. NDL, they're the ones in the driving seat this time around. TRG, they're falling to their knees because of that now. Also TeamOma going to fall because these teams just can't quite get themselves in onto the edge of the hill. They can't find themselves in a position where they are protected. Is there also Scythe will fall too.
It's a very tricky circle, man. Like I mentioned, every single dip, every rock matters. Like, you need to just find the best line of entry into the next zone, and this is very unforgiving for those players who just don't really have that experience or haven't, like, studied the map to that extent. And we still need to see these 3 teams all hang outside the zone. No one wants to come into the edge. We have that opening knock coming from SYRAX on this southeastern side.
Example, they are trying to set just that onto SYRAX from what was Dominant's cable, strikes up, but as SYRAX it's not quite enough, and it will be Example heading on the edge of the blue, but they get blown up by Sons of Odin. Silence throwing down the pain onto these squads on the edge of the blue zone. Third parties galore here in their second match, as well as Evil now going to try to defend, but they already lost one down, and Central has to find the perfect Kobe nade onto Volkiz. Will it land? Not quite. It's just on the edge. And Central still has to move forward. Volkiz firing one straight back in return. Will this land? Yes, it does. A little bit onto Evil. Tickles them down. Buys less time for TRG to make that revive happen. And that zone pushing in once more. But actually, for this time, once again to IND. And for a gift to the zone, IND, they're playing it like they are 400 IQ predictions.
You know what? They need to make their way in now. NDL will be their next opponent. That zone is tricky. That zone forces people to know how to maneuver through these rocks and slowly get a spot. You know, like, and even if you have a vehicle, you need to find the perfect line to entry, and that is the hardest thing. Example team continue to struggle as they face many sites, and you know what, that smoke just further give away the position, but they can't not use it, and even if they survive, that utility count will be so low going into that late game.
Example, on the edge of the blue, most wanted, fighting themselves in the edge of the play zone, but they're getting destroyed inside there. You can see that most wanted, there's no way for them to enter past that open ground. Sons of Odin, they're using that distraction though. They're dipping and diving underneath the ridge lines. They do find themselves a little bit closer, but IND, it feels like deja vu. Example now also going to fall. Example losing members to most wanted is an absolute carnage on the south side, but maybe we need to use each other to find success against IND. A second one for NDL, should I say, 7 kills already for them, and it feels like they're going to be racking up even more. The fact that you're giving the likes of Yaya, Euphoria, Jody, Volkers, who are all household names in the professional scene, 2 games for a lead like this, the confidence, the mental state you mentioned will be rocketing high for them.
It's going to be so tricky though. Sometimes, you know, you practice to push uphill, but you know, when this rocks require you to just drop down, that animation can really cause some choking, but you need to first end this 4v4. That beautiful name will just...
Central on an edge of the life will be able to now push themselves back. A second one onto next. The Sons of Odin fallen. They survived one more place. TRG they get a 1v4. Euphoria finds 3. Can they take that rattle? Yes, they do. They need to finish off in Central, but they can't quite do it. The first aid came off in time, and it was beautiful. But here comes the rest of NDL to clean up, and it is a beautiful IO5 cleanup. In Central, the solo player remaining. TRG, they got wrecked by the solo. The buggy off the edge of the cliff, it does look to be the case. And here comes the cavalry. We talked about it, but even worse for NDL. In TRG, they feel the full wrath of this squad. 12 kills through for them already. A monstrous attempt to the game for them.
You know what? And that's IND finding the right time to enter already. They didn't have other chances, but knowing how to stay stealthy is huge for them because they won that game 1. We talked about, you know, carrying that over to this game. I think they've done a decent job for the given zone.
Oh, IND, they're holding in firm. Team Savage as well. They're holding in Paraboy, UV, still as a trio. They are on the outside of the zone though. Tarzan, they need to keep moving in. 20 seconds is all they've got. And look at that ridge lines. There's nothing more to protect him. And look at Euphoria's position. They already know where they are.
It's not surprising for them to win this. And I need this win as well as the caster. They are my pick this time. Going back, I need a good reason. Ads need to get the solo play.
Ooh, that's what you need. Most wanted, they do knock down 1. Yaya's going for the revive. Maybe it's time to strike for Team Savage. The final 3 remaining, but they just can't quite summit it. It has to go so high up tall. But NDL, they are the ones in control. UV on the edge, blowing up, executed down. 2 on the backside. Rupo on the front has to be the man to save them. But also keep in mind, IND still as a solo. Even playing spoiler, Premix knows if they can just hold off Team Savage, that they can take that second place. But NDL spots them out. The sound cues too much. They made themselves too obvious. And NDL 16 kills. Looking now for 18. Euphoria's maybe even 19 is still free to come. The grenade onto Euphoria. Yaya takes down Hitton. Rupo trying to strike back, but does not quite aim on sight. Paraboy now gonna fall down. Jody clapping with the rest of NDL and Miramar. And Rupo, the final one alive. Here will they come, and Rupo kiss goodbye.
19 kill game, and that is just insane. And when you are given that circle, you know, like we've got one of those just now towards IND, but if you give it to NDL, it's a complete different game, and we saw that. It's just insane. It's a slaughter of the lobby. And you know what, we've seen a lot of teams been given those type of position and not really getting too much out of it. So, you know, the peek and shoot orders are sweet. The aggression definitely there. Confidence, we heard it earlier in the broadcast from the interview already, and the points definitely in the pockets.
Oh man, I mean, absolutely something special here coming through Tarzan from NDL. A second game in a row that they were able to find that success on in a chicken dinner. I think, yes, sure, the zones have been gifted to them, but also the matter of fact they were able to take so many kills with them is something to really watch. I mean, Sandhawk, do we now change our predictions towards NDL? That is what we had to decide. You at home also had to decide that, as we will be heading through to that short break. And Sandhawk next on the table. Don't go anywhere. Oh yeah.
This is your opportunity.
This is probably an opportunity for a fan. If I've ever saw one fan, this
They're
is
both staring at him.
terrible.
What do you think the clones are? He's right there. I see him. Oh, he's moving.
Get him! Go, Sons of Odin! But
Hit
looking
him.
for the fist!
Hit him.
But I'm gonna shoot him down anyways, no.
Well, Risk is now going to risk it for the biscuit, as we do have Atlas moving straight on in, sneaking up the staircase. Coming in, breaching the building, 3 knocks straight into the side of Risk. And Alan, fortunately for the side of Risk, already disengaging from that compound and moving up a little bit further to the north. But now there's so much pressure on Alan, and already 3 easy kills in the bag for Courage, as they now... The unique killers right back up into the lobby. Meanwhile, we see the rest of the zone just erupting in chaos. The players here from Conqueror UK looking to push on towards the players here from Arena 51. The FUD squad just holding behind them. We saw quite a few rotations coming in on towards this eastern side, with several teams taking positions down in towards the south. But Demon now setting up those mollies, looking to find that opening. This plays here from Conqueror UK comes up with a beautiful jump shot. Hitman gets taken out mid-air, and down goes Arena 51. Beautiful wrap around play from Snowboy.
The God dethroned to effectively lock one down on a solo play. And unfortunately, Nasty's now down for a second time. A Young does strike back though onto Dana, so it will be a 1-for-1 trade. Nasty should be confirmed, as well as you've got to hope that Dana also gets confirmed through, because right now, as A Young doesn't finish that through, Dana still provides that visual information. But it will be Paint now going down as well. But can he keep the healing? Yes, the healing does not need to come through. A Young will find 3. Can they find Toxic? His last one for a 1v4. No, they will be denied.
Eastern side, Stella now finding their rotation, trying to go around that southern edge. Oh, Talent comes in with a talented slide into zone, but not enough as he gets taken right on down. Now it is up to Mitza to hold on. Beautiful play from Paraboy, finding it in and sending Stellas right into the lobby. You know, this is where the teams can step up, have a bit of fun, but also, you know, there's still a little bit of competitiveness coming into the mix here. And Prada sneaks into that cheeky crossbow hit right over into Euphoria. But Jaja now holding on to the top floor. Yes, they might have sent one bolt straight up into Euphoria, but Jaja says, oh no, it is not going to end that easily. Albert now looking to push on in. Jaja quickly abandoning the rest. They're looking to get up into the fight, finding quite a bit of damage right on through. Now Jaja jumps out the window, getting a little bit cheeky with the approach here. Let's see, will he be able to get it done? Yes, indeed.
the only real compound remaining inside the zone. And for Picardo, we mentioned how difficult it is to rotate out of. We'll have to see how AK-47 pulled that one off. But in the meantime, Conqueror, still, they will aggress in on to AR-51. Unfortunately, already going to be now Zerox falling down. One will be a second, followed through by Conqueror. They will flush through what they began, but not before they start losing players. Hackshot now knocked. It will be Snowboy completely out the game. The Niko and then one death. Now off the backside, can see Arena 51. They're fighting back. They're inside the smoke. They're trying to make the revives happen, but in through that smoke in particular, the Nox members will be crushed down. And there go Arena 51 as a whole.
And that is the drive away to bait the aggression out from Team Savage, and Golden Boy will land his second nade. What a beautiful execution from the squad. That's exactly what we want to see. The clock is ticking and they continue to land the pain.
Oh, up comes the Strangers. Oh, they come flying into the compound even. Golden Boy now looking to close it up, finds the hit.
Them to really get an effective rotation out of their position. That means they're going to be completely to the southern side of this new zone, but TSC are now pulling on in. It looks like Tam completely out in the open will get knocked by Nick, but Albie's pushing up and Nick is super low.
He has to get some form of healing in, but Albie completely forgets that there's someone in front. Miscommunication destroys the hopes of TSC Ultimate and the Thunderstrike crew.
Be on his last breath, his last straw, as Supreme gets ready to cook up a nade, but a quick maneuver coming in from Zero. Oh, there we go. Puts the spray straight up in towards Jay-Z. Supreme now just outside. He also gets hit right on down, but AK-47 comes in with a quick save there. Oh.
Welcome back once again to the PUBG Mobile National Championship for the United Kingdom edition for 2021. This brought to you once again by Xiaomi, and thanks to them, you can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. That's game 2 in the books, boys, and what a game it was indeed. NDL, I'm not gonna lie, I was hoping that I was gonna be the first guy on the desk here to have the first prediction being right. But no, it's none other than Professor Tarzan himself. The man, the sensei himself got it right, and really NDL did have a really good performance this time around.
You know what, like, I love the way they played, but I want them to be pushed to the limit a little bit more. But you know what, like, the circles that way, they capitalize on it. And, but you know, I'm going to try to not pick them next game, because we talked about being confident, and there's that line right there that can turn it into arrogance. I'm not saying that they will, but I feel like some of these other teams are starting to show their true colors as well. So, you know what, I'm going to keep that a secret for now.
It's like when you have a favorite child and you've got to be a little bit harsh with them, you know, just got to make sure that they understand what they're currently dealing with and the situation they're currently put in. But anyways, got some highlights, and we got into the action really quickly, Highland Wolf, on this one.
Oh, we did. And I mean, NDL from the start of it already taking the first blood. Of course, that translated through to their chicken dinner. But you can see the way that they play is a very aggressive style of PUBG, always going for the fights. And I think it translates through to the fact that a game just like Triple D, yes, they're not forming quite well. NDL stepping up, but individually they're great, but as a team they're even better, and you can see that in the way that they push. Similar here as Conqueror, the way that they like to be aggressive. Very, very close from Hitman, however.
Yeah, I think like that fight could be going a bit wrong. Like, but I think the fact that they want to play aggressive is great. But you know what? As a Hacienda team, they really lost the priority to so many of those key positions. Think about where the zone ended. They could be there long ago. NDL dropped around Valdemar. That is so, you know, southern as a position. So it's about those things as well. And excuse me, got some great potential right here from this skirmish. I really loved Highland Wolf. I think it's a great manipulation of movement by Prada with the two Overwatch angled perfectly.
I love also the fact that Sons of Odin is, we kind of mentioned behind the break, how sneaky and how aggressive they are also being. I think they, talking about sneaky though, IND they did grab themselves. What was that buggy? I mean, a bad buggy. That's amazing. Even more exciting than it seemed like.
You know what, like some physics in this game, I just don't get it. But you know what, like when the gods upon you to bless you with it, your car will flip in the way that helps you win the game, right? And this circle has been drifting in the way to help some of these teams. And IND, actually, I'm happy with that position in this game as well, and most wanted. We talked about this team. There's some solo abilities coming through as well, almost making it further. But I do need to hope that comes through in the next game.
I think that, again, I just want to highlight the fact that Euphoria on this almost 1v4 potential. I mean, it practically was a 1v4, okay? He almost got it, and then the vehicle just down the end, taking down his Central. Again, it's the way that they play on the team fights, all coming together for this final push. Even though Ads finds that knock, immediately knock straight back, and they don't risk it. One on top, trying to find those picks, one on the rest of Team Savage. They all went in for that execute.
You know what, like this type of play, amazing. And I want to see more of it. All those baits and, all those things where you push people out of cover. And that was great to see. And you know what? How do you feel after watching all those highlights from that, Max?
Well, people say that kills don't fall from the sky, but I think that Team ID might have something to say about that one. Literally 2 kills of excuse me just fell on top of them. Like, okay, well, 2 free kills, thank you very much, I guess. But we're going to have to focus now onto the overall rankings of this game. Strangers, once again, having a little bit of a hard time. Going up against Conqueror is no easy feat, but this is the overall leaderboards here, so that we'll have to check out later on. But this is going to be our match 2 ranking. And NDL, 34 points, 19 kills. You voted for them. We got the Tarzan buff right now in action. NDL just completely shredded the competition. And that was mainly off the back of that strong rotation, I would say, Highland Wolf, where they understood the position was so strong up north. That was the move that rewarded them with the win.
Exactly. That rotation through from the north side, and I liked the way that they did it immediately. They weren't hesitant, and that's what you really want to see from a top team like NDL. The fact that they just go straight in for it, they don't risk the fact that teams will take their strength in that position on Picardo here.
Okay, but yeah, you know what? He's having some connection issues, but that's fine. We'll get Highland Wolf back with us at some point. But we're going to be having our team-per-team comparison between NDL and Team Savage. And I had a question for you, actually, Tarzan, but you told me to not tell you, okay? It's like an exam. No cheats, okay? It's going to be live right now for your answer.
Intimidate me.
This isn't a 2-part question, but this seems relatively low damage for a team that was in a compound in the circle and trying to gatekeep teams around them. I think we could have maybe seen a bit more, at least when it comes to aggressive nature.
Yes, I think definitely. It's all about when you have a position, how do you capitalize? How can you increase control? And we've seen this is the difference between these two teams. They got basically 2 god positions in the circle. So what they could have done is to make sure that their cars are safe, assess the surrounding, and know which guy can maybe go and split just a little bit, to play off maybe one rich. To control one side more instead of saying, you know what, we need to wait people to come to us. But we've also seen in Game 1, Max, where there were teams who could got maybe 7-8 kills with the same amount of damage. So it's about trigger discipline. And sometimes we don't see it. We only talk about this when people get punished for it. But when you don't get enough rewards as you should, that is another form or sign of poor trigger discipline. When they have that God compound strike, when it can really turn into a confirmation, will be, kind of my gut feeling looking at those stats.
Normally I said that was going to be a 2-part question, but that's just going to be the only question, man. That was the perfect answer that I needed. But now checking out our top fraggers of this game. 7 kills to Jody here for NDL, 6 for Euphoria. I got to say, the game finishing moment here that we had, Highland Wolf, I don't know if you're here with us right now, but we had a great clutch ending up, especially when Euphoria went down below. The communication, the synergy of NDL was like chef's kiss. It was so on point.
Oh, it was so on point as well. And the fact they're through for the 3 members of NDL, Rolkers, Jody, Euphoria, all stepping up, not only grabbing themselves on the kills, but also on the damage. Even Euphoria almost breaking 1,000 damage too. We talked about how the side of NDL, or should I say actually TRG Esports, was taking in a high damage right through the group stage. I mean, NDL, they have a point to prove, already stepping up with the masses of damage just in these 2 games alone.
Yeah, really, when you see 3 players, almost all 3 of them hitting the 1,000 damage mark, that is just something truly impressive. But you know what's impressive is that Tarzan got it right and is the only person to actually got a top 3 right here. It was NDL, so good job to you, Tarzan. You win 1 big golden point. That's 1 point for the desk. We'll take it. This is a team game, okay? Just like PUBG Mobile. So we all win over here and we beat the community. We'll see if they can get it next time around. But not gonna lie, it was pretty close. Like TRG and Example Team, they could have made it up there. So it does seem like the community is still relatively close, and I'm a little bit scared.
I think that the community definitely has a really keen eye on exactly who these top teams are. I think even Savage, to an extent, we kind of were like, Savage, but then he actually got that top 5 almost play in the first game, right? So I think the community, they're going to be pretty hard to come up against. It's just those 3 casters.
That was a really good one. Sorry?
It's the moral support, like that is a huge part to it, and we look at this game as well. The other huge part would be momentum that we always say. You give NDL these early games, these early skirmishes and fights, they will try to storm through the lobby like a classic game. And you can see how they can always, I think half of these kills, Max and Highland, would be them punishing, some other players, small mispositioning, I should say, and a little bit of lack of a textbook player.
I think if you're able to just punish teams doing misplays over the time, you're going to be able to rack up a lot more kills. And we see them do it here. Teams are just struggling to cross over that road. It's not really a mistake. It's a hard rotation, and they just capitalize on that kind of opportunity. And at Highland, at the end, this is the Purgatorio that I was talking about. That was the game-making opportunity, and it just worked out great. That was a bit weird, but it worked out.
I mean, it doesn't matter how it plays out. If you find the kills, then it is 100% success, Max. And I think that TRG were the only real threat here. Yes, Team Savage had their full squad, but there was really no, again, getting to the top of that hillside. You can see in that rankings change as well there, Max. No surprise that Niko way on top. But IND, I'm actually surprised that they have 36 points as well through their own consistency.
Yeah, it's pretty surprising, actually. 36 up there, but Tarzan, 47 points in 2 games. We're only 2 games in. You would show me this, I'll be like, yeah, we're already 5 games. The day's over. But no, he's only got 1 Erangel game, 1 Miramar game. They're already up to 47. That's almost a 25-point average per game. We're not expecting that to remain the case, but still, that's a very big slap to the face to the rest of the lobby for NDL.
You know what? I was told, I was speaking to some of the players, they are going to play this finals differently. They're not going to do anything that would be too out of the blue. And I think they've been playing good PUBG. Like, the aggression is definitely there. So we want to see them guard that line that I've mentioned maybe 3 times now. And I want them to continue to do good. And the comparison is now there. We talk about Triple Esports, which was named Courage Esports in group stage. Now that they're merged with the teams that came from Group A, you can see they're struggling a little bit. Maybe that brand effect from the name is causing some other sort of pressure.
Yeah, it is hurting them quite a bit. But I got one question, especially for you, Highland, looking onto these overall rankings. If you're looking on the second page, and especially potentially the teams from 12th and below, are you seeing any team that you maybe want to talk about as to things they can improve on for the next few games that remain for these finals? Because I think that there's some pretty big discrepancies for some of the bottom teams that are very obvious and that they need to try and work on right now while they still have time.
I think for these teams earlier on, is especially going to Sanhok, staying together in that early game. You cannot be so split away from your team, and we see that these squads falling down time and time again early in the first 2 games have been because they don't have the support and they're not playing as a full squad.
I think that's a good one, especially. One thing that I would say is all my games that I've been watching on Sanhok is that teams tend to forget about scouting. I don't know if you would agree with me on that one, Tarzan, but teams are like, oh, it's about being a snake, trying to take it a little bit slow, taking the fights if you can. But scouting is so important on this map, and I think that just teams are just like, it's Sanhok, you don't need it, but you really, really do, actually.
I think it's very, very important to scout. Like, just this game in general, knowing how to scout and claim a spot is just one of the most important things. And I want to bring the attention to everyone. There's a lot of people saying baiting and scouting is 2 things. When you're a very efficient team, it's almost reflex to say, okay, we want this spot, the scout and bait, therefore the opening happens at the same time. And I think it's completely possible on Sanhok if these players, I should say, know how to use the vehicle properly. I know it's been hard. We know it's loud for a small map, but if you know your ridge lines, you know the car sound and audio cue rendering distance, that can do you so good, because there's so many situations where the zone do so much work, but then you can only get out of the situation with the vroom speed that's provided by those cars.
Hey, you could have decided to speak English, but you decided to speak facts, Tarzan, this time around. So you know what? Love to see it. But hey, you talked about it, right? It's going to be Sanhok, and we only got 1 Sanhok game every day. So for the entirety of these finals, we're only going to have 3. And I think this is a map that, compared to Miramar and Erangel, is a lot different in how you play it and a little bit more out there. Are there a team for you, Highland Wolf, that you would not only vote for, because you're going to go back to the community vote once again, but you think on Sanhok that they're the team to look out for?
I think it's certainly their team to look out for, but for me, I'm going to shift away from Triple D Esports. I know I'm going to go towards I think I would argue SYRAX. I think that they are also one of those squads that have been coming up really strong in the group stage, and they have the potential here to take down Sanhok as well. They've been showing us good stuff when it comes to those first two games, finding themselves in the end of both of those matches overall.
Okay, good pick. How about you, Tarzan? What are you going to be going towards? Not NDL. You can't do it 3 times in a row. That's not allowed. Okay, that's in the rules, official rules. Tarzan cannot pick NDL 3 times in a row. What team are you going for this time?
I'm going to pick Excuse Me, and I'll tell you why. They've been playing an aggressive style, right? Yes, I know they didn't get as many points, but they got 9 points last game, 8 of them from that kill point. And I need to add another piece of info as well. So if you've been a team that's been, like killing a lot of people and getting some points, you would arguably have more confidence compared to a team that have majority placement points, because killing people just make you feel good. And then they just come in and they are probably, if my memory serves me correctly, a boot camp team. So that drop itself to put them in the middle may be in their favor.
I'm over to see some boom cap action over here, but TRG, Team Savage are going to be back in it once again. And for the first time, Conqueror UK is going to be voted for the community. So can't wait to see if that's going to be actually resulting in them taking a win. Personally, myself, I'm going to be looking for Sons of Odins. I think they can get themselves some good sneaky plays. With that said, boys, once again, take it away for our only Sanhok game of the day.
Already going to be diving on into Sanhok. Thank you very much, Max, as that playing path once again going to not be centralized, but in the words of yourself, Tarzan, I'm going to take it straight out from the Tarzan dictionary that this is only a 4K by 4K map.
Oh, I feel like I've learned more from you than you've learned from me, but when you quote me, I was very happy, and that's extremely true, like for this map as well. So once again, those early games plans are so important. We look at the split, we look at the time to jump, to everyone take it off a side, and that will be the early game plan formed from there. That's one of the hardest things to do, as we see, Excuse Me, actually shifting away from that bootcamp position. Maybe I just got a stroke. They've never been a bootcamp team, maybe, but they are in very good position if they know how to play. And that Northwestern Island, pretty stacked and packed still.
I'm surprised that no one dropped down in boot camp. I was actually also surprised if we don't see two teams over in Painan, because in Painan, the entirety of group stage, it felt like every single match we watched on Sanhok, Painan was where we saw that first fight take place.
Oh, you know what? I think it's going to be all on the table, because I want to believe that these teams have pulled something off their back pocket, because they've studied, right? They studied, they're going to hunt, they're going to capitalize, and they're going to, basically shake, some other players to their core, because, the surprise factor may come in when you think, I've done all my work. Why are they landing on us? And these things will factor back into the mentor that we loved talking about. And this is going to be quite an interesting one, slightly northern phase 1 circle, ladies and gentlemen. We need to see something. You know what? That small bit still surrounding that trifecta that is on that southwestern edge. I find that bit to be extremely interesting, because some of these teams, they want to come in rather late on Sanhok.
I've seen this one before. I have a gut feeling exactly where we can expect those contested points to be. But before I go straight into that, we do have to go down towards Sami, where it will be Fear and the rest of Xena Tactics taking it to another skirmish once again. I think, though, for these two squads, very important on who wins here, because when you looked at the leaderboard, both of them dead on the bottom of those ranked leaderboard changes. And they've barely been able to pick up points. I think we saw what was Xena Tactics on 2 points, Fear on only 1. They've not been able to have at all good games so far.
And you know what? I also see this as, if Xena Tactic loses this, Fear can't bounce back today. And I think it's just a pure prediction when it comes to, I shouldn't say ego thing, it's the mental thing, right? Like, we know Xena Tactic's been around the scene for so long, helping the community grow, and a lot of maybe tier 3, 4 screens, what people call. And I think players of Fear Esports knows that. So if they lose this, it may hit them in a different way to say, how can we lose this fight? Of course, it's a pure guess, but when we see it, we know it. And Xenotactic, once again, got that 9th place and really qualified to the finals, and got £450 richer because someone dropped out, and they want to take it even further. But unfortunately, it starts from Fear landing their opening shot.
I mean, I used to watch, I remember, Xenotactic games. I used to cast their games starting out as a young puppy caster myself here. But now I get to watch potentially Xenotactics fall down on their knees and suffer to Fear. Dragon does get popped on the front door. They will deny the entrance straight on in. Xenotactics do defend for now, but Junior way out of position. You've got to imagine. Actually surprising that their Fear didn't look to take control of Junior being exposed in the open.
And what did I mention earlier game? Like, I should say that game earlier, the movement manipulation using audio cues. You need to think about what you're giving away and would that put you in advantage or disadvantage. And that was actually a lack of patience coming from Fear Esports. Like that skirmish with that challenge wouldn't be capitalized at all without the angles guarded by his teammates. And Dragon made that mistake, if I do say so myself, and they still need to think how to rock this out. We've got 2 minutes or so to burn, but that's quite far from the circle.
Oh man, so slow here a fight here. You've got to think Xenotactics Fear because purely they don't want to rush into this, Tarzan. They know that what is on the line is a massive change in the leaderboard. If Xenotactics Fear wipe out each other here, they know that for both.
I think that might be more than them gone. And you know what?
Yeah.
Welcome back. Welcome
back.
I mean, Wolf. I almost lost you there a little bit. You know what? I hope we could find a direction like in this game, not just us, but these players, because, you know, I've got a feeling. I almost feel like I'm so connected to the community that some of them are not playing at their best. And I really want that to change. And I really just want to say, you know, I didn't just say that out of the blue. Sometimes the decisiveness, you know, how to actively create, you know, a bait or whatnot would be the signs that we want to see instead of waiting for people to make mistakes. But sometimes it works as we see Bilal react to that action.
Ooh, Bilal is now going to take through Fahim. Xenotactics, he did find a revive. That's a beautiful grenade onto also Siraji. Look at the backside as well. Dragon is still there. Now, should I say Dragon is out? Dragon is not there, but we do have one of the rest of Fear here. It will actually be Bilal on the front side. And now Faceless dealing with that backside as well. Farah was that core member. Shoxy on the opposite. Shoxy finding down Shiraji will confirm down. The desperation crawl in onto the building. Farah, grenade on in. Maybe a smoke to follow through. Faceless now being the third. And for Fear, you've got to feel that this is a massive swing. You mentioned it in their mental state. Taken through Junior. They're trying to come up. Just one more to go. But Junior's already going to be meeting down one. Farah will not fall in Xenotactics. 3 players remaining. They only lost 1, but they pick up all 4 kills in that scenario.
You know what, like, I think it's really rough to watch, and sometimes that's why we say Xenotactic might be struggling in this lobby, and I want them to prove me wrong. They've got a numbers advantage, and they know that. And then when the first returning knock came through, they started kind of just running around. And when you drop in the city, you need to know it so well that you want to know what the next move can be, which buildings are strong, and all these stuff. And you can see trigger discipline, ladies and gentlemen, Naz showing us right here. And that will be quite important because they are just on this northern part of the map. Very, very key to see what the later phases predict the movement from these teams. And there might be a better time to strike. And that is what I say, good PUBG.
I love that through from Naz because Naz isn't necessarily looking for that fight, right? They're only looking for the information. And that onto TRG, they know that there is a squad there, so they know that, well, that area is taken. We're going to have to find a new direction through. And that's crucial considering that had they not spotted that, the rest of Triple D, they move on in. That area is open. You still got the 2 members, Abstract and Reznov, still swimming their way over from that Northwest Island. When they are vulnerable, it allows time, allows to know for those people who don't have the eyes, as Naz does, onto TRG, where to actually rotate in onto.
And that's a sweet point right there. I think that is actually textbook, and you guys should take that as a good example. If you play these off angles or you're in a scouting position, think about where your teammates are. You need to be this, just at the right spot, especially for this very populated Northwestern Island. If you open shots on the other side and lose your position, your teammates got nowhere to go to. But you know what? Your teammates may also got nowhere to go to if you just get tracked from behind. Strike from Harting as TeamOma and Wickflash been doing work for this team through this tournament.
I mean, unfortunately, this is also a situation, right, where if you don't look behind you, you still get punished anyways around Harting. I mean, it is one of the most popular spots, and unfortunately, their TRG, they did spot down Nas. Unfortunately, their position had been compromised, and they're getting
a little bit lost is exactly what I would say in that situation. And speaking about loss, obviously, and do apologize for source technical things. It's just so hard sometimes. All these technology and all that, but it allows us to enjoy the beautiful game of PUBG together, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue right here. Right on this tip, really, of that main island, the top left tip, I should say, and heavily rewards those teams who really know the landscape. Like when I studied the map as a player or as a coach, it's just so tricky. You need to think about how to split and have a different one as we have a next, shift. And that is just the hard thing about this game, that you're ever learning about it. So many small spots, and you know what, Nas eventually got not in that position. And you know what, Wolf, I'm looking for you. Don't leave me alone. And I'm sorry for anything
I'm not leaving
that I
you.
said.
I'm here.
And I'm so glad.
I didn't leave you.
I miss you. Where have you gone? And what do you think about this? Because TRG's been constantly challenging these shots, like over the last 2 minutes.
Oh man, I've been watching here, and I mean, TRG, they have that beautiful position all surrounding that bridge from the Northwest Island into mainland Sanhok. And that is what is so beautiful about it, because you look at a team like Conqueror now crossing over. I think it's smart from Conqueror you don't send a full squad in, because you can understand the Hitman probably going to die in that situation if they don't pull off a miracle, as well as Abstract will also fall down. So there it is, Triple D struggling. I'm glad I kind of changed my vote, because I think Triple D, as strong as a team they are, in the group stage, they have been struggling in Sanhok, and that's something surprising considering that they are, yes, formerly Courage. And you look at Courage's stats over in Sanhok, they were winning every single Sanhok game in that group.
That is actually quite insane. I think it's about, there's so many things, man. I can't even know. It's a different group, different lobby, and they will need to be reconditioned to the caliber of these players and these teams. But you know what? Like down to Aethys, we talked about not to underestimate the power of the solo, right? We saw how that allowed Example Team to get so many points in game one. And now Aethys, although he's solo, he's not scared to play loud. And that's extremely important. And especially for those who didn't watch the kill feed, they would be like, oh, they're playing so noisy, we don't enter the area. So playing loud as sometimes solo or duo is extremely important to keep the area clear. And but you know what, if he actually get any kills, then the kill feed would show that, oh, it's the solo, we may need to push him. So these small things, Highland Wolf, it what makes PUBG so hard to play and always stay at the top form.
I feel that also for Conqueror, rotating through such a main portion, where also you have to look at SYRAX's position, right? Where they are in a beautiful cliffside position. They have exactly the eyes onto that bridge. They can see those teams moving in behind them. They can see the teams moving in from the forest line in front. I think that SYRAX, if this zone goes towards them, they're looking at a game where they're at least earning themselves in the top 5, right? I mean, Triple B are still alive. Also, to credit to them, keeping themselves as one. But for Conqueror, not so fortunate. They lose all their players. OMA from the back end do strike them down. And a beautiful, I think, also turn from OMA, the other team that is here on that northern side. They have been able to punish now 2 teams in total and grab those 3 kills for themselves.
And I completely agree with what you said there. Like, Conqueror UK got so many more options. They could have swum a little bit earlier, look at the multiple options along that shoreline. And that's one thing that we talked about at the start of this game, like through chatting with Max. Where are those vehicles? If they're available to you, please use it, especially in these situations. You can turn a lot of hard situations in crossing the bridge into actual opportunities. Just like loop around, bait some shots, get the position, then do that again. And that's what we want to see. But unfortunately, Conqueror UK have not lived up to the expectation, especially from Max. I'm just going to blame that completely on him, and he used to this anyway. And we're going to look at the circle.
Curse?
Max Curse, and that's a new one, and he's already trying to ask me not to. And but you know what? It's amazing to see, and it's this game still full of possibilities, and I do know that Max are going to have a great comeback, and I've got what, I'm completely ready for it as we have these teams slowly moving in, still got a healthy amount of players in this lobby.
Athos still, as we mentioned, that solo player. I think also for Athos and as Triple D for a whole, keep in mind, they still got 3 kills, right? They still have the kills. They just need to pick up the placement points. And I feel that Athos firing down, revealing their position, maybe not the best idea, because if they just hold on, we mentioned that SYRAX have a good position. Well, Triple D, they're right next to SYRAX, so they also statistically have a good position too. Yes, it is going to be difficult to hold because they've only got 1 player, but they still could hold in at the side. Then they have that position where actually it's so hard for teams to cross the bridge, it's so hard for teams to come up past SYRAX, but they should feel protected as long as the zone doesn't directly jump down onto Athos. But that second shift is now going to be approaching.
You know what? One thing that I want to see more of, Island Wolf, is to see the pre-shift scout. Like, you can't just talk about it when the new circle appears. You need to keep your options right there. Explore them and say, if it shifts this way, we're going to go there. If it shifts this way, we're going to go there instead. And they can say that because the prep will have come through earlier. And we've got a northern shift once again. And these teams, whoever have done some homework before the new zone appears, shall be heavily rewarded. And we always say that Tatmok main road being so punishing, as well as a poorly split Paradise Resort. So we're up for a treat here, ladies and gentlemen. These teams will be tested. That southern side will be very cramped, and we will need to see how these teams decide how to emphasize. Do we rotate? Do we strike? In zone, out of zone? How many players do I place where? We're going to find out that in a matter of half a minute.
IND as well on the south side. I mean, IND coming off strong off a wrangle. They were the ones to take that first chicken dinner. NDL as well. I like what I'm seeing through from IND and NDL. We mentioned how it is forming as a team, but I also want to head into some of these other squads, right? The fact that we also have the fact that Team Savage equally playing as a team, and yes, it couldn't come in with the victory. I do have to hold myself here, because Most Wanted, they do take down one of the rest of NDL. Unfortunately for them, they will now suffer that first knock, because FBO was able to find it. Now come the rest of Most Wanted. I wasn't going to mention Team Savage, but Most Wanted, they're proving me that they can also play as a squad here too. And they will rotate their way in. NDL, now Jody off the backside. 12 coming in with the help of ads for support. Yaya on the front, but he enters up onto Euphoria. He finds one. Can he find a second? No, 12 will now go down. It's disastrous as he find a second. But ads don't give a care. It will be ads securing down NDL. And we mentioned their mentality for NDL would be high, but Most Wanted, they destroy everything about that, but they had to live IND. Now in the same position as Most Wanted were just 30 seconds ago, diving on in. They want to try secure this, and for Most Wanted, what could have been a perfect play, a reset for them, is a punish down, and they're running, they're driving for the hills on that motorcycle. Will they get popped? No, the shots are just too slow.
There were a lot of good things happening there. You could see how NDL, although got eliminated, they tried to, just bait shots, like use certain covers, but also IND with the time third-party aggression. Most Wanted want to rotate away as soon as possible, and I love that decisiveness, but you know what? IND, they were prepared, and that is what you want to see. A team that's on the book not so experienced. The momentum come through, the control was there, and 3 kills in their pocket, and they continue strong to control that eastern side.
Oh man, even IND still looking over Fear. Fear, of course, he did win out one team fight already, but it's going to be even harder for this one. Look at the blue zone is just edging slowly behind them. It is continuing to close in. Phase 4 already almost here. And this is where it gets even scarier, Tarzan, because when you reach that 5th phase, 6th phase portion of the game itself speeds up so much. Unfortunately for Az, they might just be removed from this game. They will find themselves caught in behind fear. One will fall down. Can they find a second? No. Bilal inside the edge of that blue zone is tanking it. A little bit of a weird position there, Bilal. You don't want to tank that for too long, but we will get shot down by Team Savage anyways. That teamwork, as I mentioned, coming up for the squad. But we mentioned that the game speeds up here, Tarzan, and we mentioned that the forward rotations were something to think about. I can't think of a better position here in this zone to really explain this, where you see that there really is no core building in the center of this space. You have to move in onto the unknown, the hills, the unknown tree line, the rock used as help just to block out enemy fire. This is where you've got to really have that idea and that confidence of where you want to move.
And the map knowledge as well as ever, and it's so important. The timing of these rotations needs to come through now. Whether they've got their vehicle to help with that, they need to consider that part of resource, and it's so key. With 3, 2, 1, there goes the clock. The blue zone is coming in. It's going to be a bloodbath in Paradise Resort. We talk about how tricky it is to hold it down. Example team, they want to show us how to do it, and they're now slowly getting breached by multiple teams.
TSC Legend, or TSC Ultimate, should I say? Holding in here, Tam inside the rest of the outpost. Does have the grenade. Device is walking slowly. They move themselves in firm, but here comes a position reveal, but we couldn't find it. So grenade will be cooked. Instead, hopes to try secure that knock, but here they move once more. The smart position there through from Device, not willing to stay in one spot for too long, will dodge out a nade, and look at the problem here for Tam. They reveal themselves that it's 4 hungry IND hippos looking to try to secure themselves one extra kill, and Tam, there ain't nowhere to go.
But you know what? He is my problem because the trigger discipline is not there. I'm going to repeat it again and again until the whole of UK understand that concept. And you know what? Like, it's still working out. The problem is not the punishment coming through from this type of boat play, but that landscape is really helping them there.
Oh man, IND. They just need to close this one out, but the support from TSC Ultimate was there. On the bottom end, you can see that it will be the edge of Example Team in their own fight around Paradise Resort. They were holding on to that position for now. It is on the edge of that south side of the zone, so they do need to move a little bit. Zange's team will also be eliminated. Kosti there to also finish off vote. So a beautiful 1v2. SYRAX helping in on 2, as it will be Golden Boy, the third man out. So Strangers, unfortunate game once more for them. OMA as well too, falling to SYRAX. SYRAX stepping up, I think, what could be said here. All of those players in the kill feed finding one each for their efforts. Bilal still also going to join Tam alongside TSC here, still defending the position of IND.
You know what? 2 steps forward will be so important for these, and I hope these teams are prepared for this shift. Essentially, only 2 players are in there. TRG actually found a great ridgeline to rotate through. Now they get the priority to cross it first, and they can find some good covers in there. But you know, Paradise Resort will be so tricky. 4 teams need to make out of there, and Bilal finally strikes for TSC because both of them want to get into circle to control more.
But Device in the backside, Device is crucial for IND. If they can find those knocks, maybe they buy some form of success for IND to make it into the zone. But as long as Device does not move, there is no hope you've got to feel for IND unless they find some miracle pick inside their tower. But Bilal has the high ground. They know exactly where they're moving. Yes, the smoke protects them, but that is an easy line to exactly where Premixed were. You can see the nade now knocking out half of their HP. One more would do it. Cronus getting caught inside the rest of the smoke. Will also fall. One more grenade jumping back on now. They have to dodge it. Now they...
It's just insane that, as you mentioned, Device is so important in his position, and actually the last one standing for this team is not just them. The third party can happen anytime for this type of circle, but you know what? Like, this eastern side been quite empty so far. They just need to keep repositioning. I love seeing that vehicle being used there. The bug is so important with Albi. I hope he knows his limits when it comes to the vehicle sounds, and that is him still maneuvering. Device trying to find the best time to strike.
Device finding the potential shots here. They are trying their best to continue to move on. TSC, though, they have the position, they have the man advantage, they know exactly where they need to play. And here also Team Savage getting caught out on the edge of the blue zone. We mentioned as well that forward rotations into zones so important. I love actually that the rest here of, I do believe, example team move their way in. Unfortunately, I do have to pause that because IND, they do strike one device we said was an X factor for this squad. They are holding up, one down, but they cannot find a second as TRG to execute IND out of this round, and we will not have the same chicken dinner winners for Sanok. It will be someone new. But example team, that forward rotation, Tarzan, gets them away from the fighting where exclusively currently are out of Paradise Resort. They have the entrance into the zone.
And you know what? They just need to know the spot because they are a Paradise Resort team. The surrounding of it should be like the back of your hand, and they are actually making something work and slowly getting to edge in on the western side. You know, these teams are just down to the solos, duos all the time in this crazy map. So unforgiving. So it's still anyone's game.
Still, TRG are pressing their way up to the top of the hillside, but there's no one there for them. It is the play area in behind them, and well, Papa Blue is looking hungry as ever for more victims to pick up those late rotators. Tam Tam now approaching in behind the edge of that blue. Sons of Odin are trying to defend Goated. Just too many different angles to take as Goated will be now firsted out. Kind Boy taking one through from TRG as well. But can they defend? They do. Sons of Odin will fall down with the rest down to the final three. Nachar alive. Will be the only one remaining. Still 4 kills, for example, team. They are all outside of the zone, and no one wants to move into this zone because you look at that zone, Tarzan, it's completely open. There's only rocks to protect him, but everyone knows where everyone else is.
You know what? I feel like trigger discipline the key thing here. I personally would be so reluctant to strike before seeing the new circle. Now they've got a chance to spray everyone down. And TSC from that skirmish, they may come in here strong and they will be able to third party this maybe. And now even with a good number of players, we progress into maybe 7th phase right now. TRG with the full squad.
Example, Kind Boy, TRG, they're coming over the hill. Nexus Evil, 2v1 situation. Does find one. Kind Boy sprays onto the other, but he has to get up. He has to get out of the zone. He's trying to find the kills. The zone ticks him once more, and it will execute him down, but its zone will pick up that extra member of TRG alongside him. And now TRG, Disaster, Evil Dead, out of the picture, will now only be Rattle, Insectral remaining.
I mean, 2v2 right now in this type of circle, a lot of basics have to come through, guys. Backpack management, you know, take that away. It's so shiny. I know it looks nice, but you know, every bit of movement. Can we use one player to bait? What landscape do we have in front? When do we start crawling? And all these things are so important to control one bit, and we actually, no one's in the circle. And this bit, quite open if you do ask me. There's some grass and bushes for them to play off, though. I think we should just stay a little bit more quiet for this type of snaky action.
We're going in, but I think the rest of TRG, they don't want to be quiet here, Tarzan. They want to be loud. They want to be lions in the jungle. They want to take down the loud. They want this chicken dinner. Tam Tam is the apex predator. Strikes down one. Can they find a second? Still 2v1 advantage. And then Sexual is on his own. Rattle now taken away. Will it be a second? Yes, it will. And for the rest of TSC Ultimate, they were the lions of that jungle.
The bounce back is real. They can't do it in the last day no more. Game 3 this day, TSC takes it away. And that is exactly what we want to see from this team. The aggression was there. I was so, worried for Tam Tam for saying that, you know what, I've got a god position. I'm just going to shoot anyway. But that aggression carried in to that last phase in the form of confidence, and they took it. And that's what I love about this game. You know what? Our predictions, I don't even know anymore, but that was a brilliant game.
That game was absolutely beautiful through from TSC Ultimate. I mean, if we get to see some of these underdog teams stepping up like that for the rest of today, it is going to be an even more hype day than I thought we would ever see here, Tarzan. But we have 2 more of those hype matches to go. Miramar the final one before a wrangle afterwards. We will see you guys in a few moments.
Hello, my name is Adam. I am Ads from Team Most Wanted.
Hello, my name is Aaron, and I'm Lotus from Team Most Wanted.
My name is Kalam, my nickname is 12, and my team name is Most Wanted.
Hi, my name is Zach. I'm Zephyr from Most Wanted.
The story of my squad, so these lot, most of them, so have been together for quite a while. Then I joined maybe a year ago, and then took a break, played PMCO with another team, and then we got back together, and I brought my twin brother. So yeah, now we're a team of 6, and we're doing well.
We've got a nice variety of abilities. So we've got some fragging power, some from Hardman. We've got Ads, and yeah, we've got 12 and Lotus. They all got good fragging abilities, and some good IGLing from some of them as well.
I think with Hardman's ability to put us in a good position, and then with everyone's ability to be in the right place, I'm sure we can pick up lots of kills and rotate easily.
So Bat's experience, so 12's experience, sorry, and Hardman's IGLing work really well together, and if we can get me and Ads fragging out, we can just overcome a huge amount of teams to do really well. Nothing can stop us.
I feel like it feels really good competing against players from the UK, and yeah, I hope there's more tournaments like this in the future.
So NDL, Team NDL is a really strong team because of Will, purely Will. I'd say Will just carries the whole team. He's a really strong player, and yeah, I believe he can win for almost every team out there.
I'd say NDL, definitely. And then we've got SYRAX, which is a really good team as well. I'd say they are our main opponents, but again, any team can, pull out a surprise performance. So it's always good to not underestimate anyone and just do our best, play our game.
I think CRG were the best team in Group B. I don't think they'd surprise me, as I knew they were really good. I think TSC is probably a team which might surprise me, as it's a lineup I hadn't seen before, but Albi is a great player.
I haven't been able to play a huge amount this tournament, but I'd say our first game we got to a good start, 11 kills, only 3rd place, we did some mistakes, but that definitely got the adrenaline pumping, and a good opening to the tournament, I would say.
I'd like to say good luck to everyone, just try your best, if things don't go your way, there's always more competitions in the future, so just do your best and don't get disheartened if things don't go your way.
Skillful and inestimable. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the MVP of the week and his most breathtaking moments.
Retreating through, but surely potentially they will lose 2 Sons of Odin from this. Arena 51 already losing 2 from the side of also, they will excuse Arena 51 out of this match. The game, but not before it will be one from, Costi punishing through as the third party cleans through.
Gone ahead and reveal itself. I mean, Liquid Demons went on ahead, rotated back to get the res, but it looks like they ended up leaving another one as a solo. And Costi picking up their 2nd kill. Liquid Demons are not going to be happy about that at all.
Check this replay out span here of course, Costi just steps up, smacks down.
Right here on a Miramar, but of course, 13 teams remain left to fight it out. It is now and NDL. NDL, they are so hungry for anything. They'll just shoot at anything that moves, and Will now getting caught in a little bit of a...
Tune in next week to find out who will take the MVP's title. That's all for now. See you on the battlegrounds. Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes. £22,000! Now that's a chicken dinner.
And we are back once again on the desk. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for sticking around during that break for the PMNC UK 2021 edition. And once again, do not forget that this is brought to you by Xiaomi. Thanks to them, you can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on your Xiaomi powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. We're talking about powerful. That was one hell of a game coming on through. And ADS, especially of Most Wanted, right, saying that TSC Ultimate could be a team to surprise them. And they definitely did that on this game this time around, Highland.
Oh man, I mean, TSC Ultimate stepping up with what was, I think, a first few tricky, shall we say, 2 games for them, but they came out swinging in that Sunhawk match. They were able to take through that chicken dinner. And I think that the way they played that in particular, the patience, and we talked about trigger discipline in that game, where they weren't willing just to run it down into their opponents, they waited for them to make that mistake, and that's what got them that victory.
I'm not gonna lie, we were pretty close. You chose Excuse Me, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
I went for Sons of Odin. We were pretty close off top 3. So
True.
not quite this time around, but Tarzan, I forgot what pick you actually went for this time around.
I think it might be me who picked Excuse Me,
Yes,
and
yes,
then
SYRAX.
Wolf picked
Yes.
SYRAX.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, that's it. We're all wrong anyway, so it's whatever. We'll have that time. Go for it.
Right.
This fight, though, I think Sami is just going to be a very interesting position because we are going to see it. Yes, I know we've only got one of these every day, guys, but we will get maybe a repeat, you know, a bit of rematch over at Sami tomorrow and the day after. And that is something that both of these teams need to come back and watch the VODs and see what's been done wrong, because I think the efficiency of those fights definitely can be boosted. And we're talking about efficiency would be this squad that we have so high hopes for, like Triple Esports not having a good time in this set.
Oh man, TRG as well, just taking down Triple. They didn't really respect their backside over in Hearteam where they first started out. It was Oma, then of course Naz losing a position overall. Apis is a solo. They think they tried their best, but always in that situation it is so hard. I feel so bad though for Most Wanted. I mean, I felt so happy that they were able to step up as one of these underdog teams, but then my confidence, and I think their confidence too, kind of just got shut down by IND.
It's just a little bit sad. It's like the most anticlimactic thing ever. Look at us just doing so much work right here, using that landscape, and these are the things that we love to see, and that's why it's one of the top fraggers so far in the tournament. But you know what? We need to have that carried over, almost a 1v2 to be fair, and Fear Esports had the start that they needed, right? It was so hard in Game 2 to see them get shut down by NDL. And this time around, NDL, glad that we didn't go for them because that fight was just a bit tricky. It's a bit of a sandwich position, I should say.
I love this as well, through from Bilal. I felt slightly hesitant that actually TSC were going to lose to IND, but IND pushing up the top of that hill, so tricky to do it. You can see through the game evolves, they just weren't able to muster that, and as well, TRG falling down, and they cleared a path for TSC into the zone, where they were actually allowed that space into those final 3 moments, taking even Sons of Odin alongside them as well, as Excuse Me.
And you know what, the example team, we probably could talk about them and their position. And for sure, one thing that is for sure is a lot of fans, you know, a lot of support coming through. TRG actually, you know, played decent. We talk about them almost being a dark horse, you know, in that group stage, but coming in 2nd place, I think, from that group. So, you know what, good game by both of these teams, and many of these teams just had the chance to make it, you know, spicier. And that was a bit of an interesting one. That, you know, match points, we need to have a look.
Yeah, it seemed like the curse, though, is still happening for Conqueror UK. I apologize, guys, but that's going to be a big fat bubble coming their way. Unfortunately, NDL not able to really live up to the expectations after the last game, and SYRAX Esports also falling off a little bit. It's still 6 points, 5 kills, so not going to be too shabby, and I'm not going to be complaining about that too much. But now checking out, that is a 22-pointer coming out to the side of TSC Ultimate. But really, it's not as top-heavy as you might expect. A lot of teams here, top 5 teams, all got double digits, and it doesn't drop that far away. So I'm happy to see that we've seen some consistency from a lot of teams on this map of Sanhok apparently here, Tarzan.
Yeah, you know what? Like TRG and TSC Ultimate both were a bit of a surprise factor. Like TSC Ultimate were not quite consistent. They were so heavily reliant on that last day of group stage to get here. So it's so hard to put some confidence behind their back. But the way that they played was definitely confident. But one thing that we've been talking about as well, like during the break, guys, is are those good plays, right? They've been so confident. Can they get punished for that? And Tam was one of the subjects that we mentioned during that so many times that he was just peak. But you know what? This time around, he got heavily rewarded in this game.
Yeah, I even got one player that I'm going to be talking about, and I'm going to set you up on that one, Highland Wolf, is Device. Not only Device, but also the entirety of IND. Yeah, that big fight was happening in the mid-game stage where it was, I believe it was Most Wanted taking a 5 versus NDL, and Most Wanted actually winning that. But I was so relieved to see that they actually wanted to go for the fight and go for a third party instead of just idling on the side. It's good to see teams willing to go out of their way to get those kills, get those points.
Right, and you could see that as well, IND, not even before we took the fight, Max, that they were actually pressuring in behind Most Wanted. So Most Wanted, I think smart to them. I don't think they really noticed that IND were in behind their backs, but they still took the fight anyways, which was the right decision. But unfortunately, they just couldn't clean that up fast enough. Ads doing well as well, so Escape, Hardman getting caught off the backside. They just didn't meet up in time. They didn't have enough time to catch themselves on the motorcycle. That really plays into the fact that Fear were able to execute Ads down, even if Fear did just get taken by TRG moments later.
Yeah, overall going to be seeing Tam then, and you guys are talking about him with 913 damage. So really good stuff coming out from all of these players on the top damage and top kills of this game on Sanhok. It can be a little bit hard to be consistent and get big numbers as a solo individual. But now we're going to go back to our beautiful faces. Oh, not just yet. I mean, there's our faces technically there, so I guess it counts. But TRG, they're going to be the team that got voted for by the community, and they did indeed hit themselves a top 3. I'm not going to lie, and this one's going to be for you, Tarzan. I was surprised no one took the plateau, and they just had like an easy entry point into the late game. I don't think that should be allowed, really.
I think it's really tricky. Like with Paradise Resort, we talked about this. I actually talked about it in phase 1, how like about a Paradise team knowing how to control that ground. And I think Excuse Me would have, you know, made their fans a bit more proud if they found a good way to enter. It's the timing of that. We talk about funneling sometimes in analysis. They know they were in the gatekeeping position. Just because they are not straight on that edge doesn't mean they can't leave one to maybe set up a sandwich situation to catch that funnel player from that southern end. But they went for something just really devoted, I should say, into position that's very hard to guard down. It's put themselves in a very reactive type of landscape, kind of dip down. So if you want to know what I'm talking about, if you can't quite remember, go and watch it. But I do appreciate that proactiveness, though, because we are lacking, though, especially in the early game, guys.
Yeah, I think proactive is being very important in the game of PUBG Mobile. And also, if you're proactive right now in the chat, you got a code right down below me, and you can use it right now in game to get yourself some juicy loot for yourself. So feel free to use the code, and you will get yourself some good loot under your belt. So with that said, once again, you know the drill by now. We're going to have another community voting about to happen this time around. Though, normally I would ask you, Tarzan and Highland Wolf, to go first. I'm going to steal it for myself, and I'm going to say NDL because they won it earlier, and I'm not giving it to you, Tarzan. That is a no. So NDL is for me. But if you also want to vote out there in the chat, as always, if you're on YouTube or Twitch, just put the hashtag of your team. For example, if you're voting for SYRAX, put hashtag SRX, and you will have voted for that team to be in the top 3 of the next game on Miramar. Highland Wolf, your turn. Which is the team you're going to go for this time?
To go first? I don't even know really who to pick. I feel so torn. I'm going with SYRAX again. I'm going to go with a new team. I'm going to actually say that coming off of Miramar previously, I feel some sort of strength over towards Team Savage. I want to see what they can bring. I think the chat have the right idea on exactly what to vote for.
Ooh, TRG again. Okay, TRG back on board. This time NDL. I believe this is the first time, actually, Tarzan, that we see NDL into the top 3 vote from the community. So NDL going to be on board, and Team Savage over there in 3rd place overall. We'll see if they're going to be able to make it in top 3. But what's your vote going to be then, Tarzan, this time?
I thought I was forgotten, to be fair, but you know what? I'm going to go for something unusual. I'm going to go for Most Wanted because of the fact that they took down NDL in that fight. Okay, and they're not really contested around this split in La Bandita, so that is going to, change a bit of things. I think that's going to shift things up, and I want to see them do good. Like, those skirmishes can be to their advantage, and this playing path, man, like, so many options right here, Highland Wolf, and we want to see these teams take this again. Some of these adjustments may come through. One thing I want to see for sure is Conqueror UK using Hacienda so much better.
I want to see Conqueror really step up here because they have been struggling in today. You wouldn't really think about it though on paper. When you look at the players, across all the teams, you think, wow, Denoco, Snowboy, One Death, Hitman, and the way that they still were able to find their strengths in the group stage. They still struggle here in the finals. I feel that for them, so handful of these other teams that they haven't been able to step up to that next level just yet. Maybe it might be the surprise that they are in such a harder lobby. They weren't expecting such a challenge, but at the same time, they can't just be that aggressive team and just hope that it will work every time like they did last time over on Miramar. They've got to find more strategy in their rotations, and that's something that has been lacking through from them that has cost them what has been the placement points on their end.
And you can see some adjustments already coming through. Fear Esports definitely feared NDL. Maybe it's just, chance. Maybe they've done their studying and just go for somewhere that may clash with them. But definitely they say, they are out. They're right on the top left of the map in those ruins parts, and no one will contest that, right? So I think if they do good scouting, they can play an edge style, slowly come in and clear some fights, and they definitely have those mechanics now. They just need to get a game with more momentum and just take it from there. This circuit will be a bit different though. This time around, with place the St. Martin Plateau on that eastern side, and actually, El Pozo, I'd love to see it for once.
El Pozo, I love to see when teams drop in El Pozo. I mean, even better, I love when we get zones in El Pozo. I mean, we had one of those zones. I had it once. We had it around the amphitheater, and I had a finish around the amphitheater. Do you know how exciting it is? I mean, we talk about theater, we talk about shows. I mean, you are one to know, Tarzan, that it would be exciting.
Oh, you know what? Like, sometimes let's be a bit anticlimactic, right? I think it's going to go terribly wrong because I will see these plays in there and I don't like it one bit. I've been rough for the good of the community in a way to say that, like some of these plays, some of these holds and splits need to be thought through a bit more. And I think that is kind of our role as well, other than providing the hype, the compliments and all that. There's an educational aspect to this. And I hope that all of you love this type of casting as well. And you know what? Like, your support in the chat is not only for them, but it means a lot to us. And this circle, you know what, like, completely different. These power positions that we see these teams love to take again and again will need to be changed and adjusted, and it will become data to them tonight or tomorrow. And then whoever will work harder and smarter tomorrow shall be rewarded.
Absolutely, 100%. Pivotably, right here, Tarzan, when it comes to that data, they need to be doing this analyzation of their games, of also of the other teams, where they've been rotating to, how they like to play. Are they an aggressive team? Are they more of that passive squad? They don't wish to fight in these early skirmishes. And I feel that around Miramar, it was actually a big shocker that second game that we did see so many fights. I think to an extent, it was that teams weren't sure of each other in Miramar as a lobby, as these specific 16 teams. So they did go for these early fights. They just hoped that it would work out, but I do expect, as we can already feel here, a slightly more subdued fourth match.
And I think it's going to be so interesting. Like, these teams facing a different type of phase may need to use the second drop spot, as we see a very busy El Pozo, right? So we see new things there, but something remains old. And I love to talk about these basics when you are dropping alongside another team. Sometimes that idea that you need a vehicle may come in a bit too late, only when you feel like you need it. And that will be something that's very key, as we have some players trying to go for that initiative, but it has to be well timed. IND will farm 2 kills off.
IND, that was an absolute destruction of Xenotactic. They tried to rotate along the open expanse of Monte Nuevo, and it just got slammed in by IND around those water silos. And I think for IND, they aren't quite over just yet, because those shots actually help through for Strangers, because now they have more information on exactly where IND are around El Pozo. And I feel for them, they know now that if they're on that south side, then Strangers can make that slightly easier rotation, albeit still challenge, up towards the north and back out of El Pozo, because as you mentioned, getting caught in El Pozo early on is very scary to get out of, because you still have the problem that El Pozo is in a dip and there are hills all around you where teams can look exactly on your position.
Amazing. 100-point answer. I love that. And you can see, so you took my point away, essentially. But you know what, Xenotactic, I want to talk about that still, because, coming into a position you want to drop into, sometimes you can't only have one plan. You need plan Bs, and definitely plan C was needed then when you've got 2 teams. And with that type of landscape, if you don't core that enough, you can't open your parachute early to maybe drift to somewhere that is salvageable, should I say, and you may end in this situation. What if Monte Nuevo was taken as well? And the truth is, it is. So that is actually Xenotactic just playing so reactively, and now just not really having an upper hand anywhere they go with the number disadvantage.
TSC, they have the numbers advantage, that is for sure. And Xenotactics, well, they are the ones that dropped 2 players already in this game. Will have to be the stellar defense from Fahim and Siraji. Xenotactics, they did get caught out earlier on in the third match to an early skirmish. They have suffered once more. Xenotactics on the bottom of that leaderboard. They need these points, Tars, and this would be an upset though onto TSC Ultimate all the way from first. A massive 22-pointer to 0 potentially here is Xenotactics. Can take them down. Siraji will be popped. Oh, it looks bad. Bilal cooks himself. And now from the back end, can Fahim capitalize off this mistake when he goes inside? He tries to find Browdy. A second knock will confirm them down. And this is the disaster we talked about. Yes, they fall down, but because that knock and that mistake through from Bilal came, they lost Browdy because of that.
And you know what? These are the small skirmish plays, guys. Like, you don't peek. You don't challenge until there is support sometimes. Yes, you can win that fight, but you want to keep every single player, and that's how they've lost one. And don't bear in mind, guys, it's a 4v2 with known position in a compound that can be completely surrounded 360. So I will call that sloppy. But you know what? NDL wants to strike.
That was a beautiful one for Yaya. You change that, call them whatever you like, Tarzan, because that was an absolute yes from me. NDL taking names once more on the Desert Dunes, and they keep it spicy. TRG, this time they tried to come up clutch. They tried to punish it exactly like last time, but they didn't anticipate that rotation, that anti-rotation through from Jaja would come out.
You know what? They actually don't anticipate them dropping there either. They went to Valdemar in the game that they got 19 kills and their chicken dinner. This time around, they drop along that Cruzaver until Ahmada. And they can completely, great adaptation and know exactly to catch the funnel coming from extreme teams dropping to the extreme eastern side. And they just got the split, control that main road, keep an eye across where they have to enter towards the zone, and they just get everything they could get, and that is a great start. But this circle continues to go towards those plateau, and we may get a bit of a rematch in the same positions.
Excuse me, closing up. It did find another one here. Unfortunately, will just be the knockdown. Conqueror going to lose another. And I feel like Conqueror, I think for today, it could feel like going into that last match, maybe just slightly write it off here for these first 5 games because they have struggled, sure. I think that this isn't the Conqueror that we were expecting coming in to the finals. They have obviously the household name in PUBG. We know Conquerors in the past in PMPL's this UK version trying to take it. They have, I think, the players to do so. They have the skills to do so. But again, it's that team synergy that we talk about. And that is the X factor from some of these lower end teams like TSC in that Sanhok match where it really comes up clutch for them.
Team dynamics is so key. Like I love talking about that. Like when you see a co-group of experienced players, sometimes it just doesn't work. Sometimes you feel like they're playing slow. It could be a personality clash issue. It could be playstyle, IGLing issue, or sometimes the form of making decision. Like some teams like to just go dictatorship. You call everything. Sometimes they believe in everyone's small bit of ability and suggestion. So all these will come into factor for a team like Conqueror UK, which we put hopes on their back. And you know what? Excuse me, is another of that team. Not scared to strike, but sometimes that placement point is coming short sometimes.
Side note in this fight, because I absolutely love when you sweet talk me with psychology, Tarzan. It makes me feel like I am on an absolutely another level. Triple D Esport. We are still moving in though on to their aggressors as a will being down towards Monte Nuevo. TSC Ultimate holding in firm for the meantime, coming still Tam Tam on the front side. But they are only 2 players. So Tarzan, they don't have that numbers advantage. They don't really have, ideally, a position where they can both meet up. There is that slight open gap in between them where actually, for the side of Triple D, they can take advantage of that.
Ooh. And someone's open, some shots, and that could be a mistake. The duo will now face the pressure against a very, very aggressive squad. So we need to see how that turns out for them. Seems
Top
like
side, look at the map.
Yes, oh my lord, and that is just a pinch, right? So this is one typical compound, and that high ground is so strong because it allows risk-free scouting, right? Just third-person perspective as he runs around, but that is actually a punish from the third party.
Oh, IND, we said they were coming in from the top. They came and they conquered Tarzan. Already now going to be 2 kills up. IND, they strike down a wounded Triple D Esports. The zone not even with any of them, but IND do not care. They want this fight. They have to take that member out on the plateau, and that is crucial. Athis finding down device defends Triple D for now, and they are allowed with that to make the revive. The smoke was deployed, but a smoke equally deployed there from TSC, and they know with a third party, they want to get that buggy, they want to get back into zone.
And we talk about trigger discipline again, and again. IND open fire, got that not, but what did they actually get them? Because the shift happened so quick after, they now need to think, do we rotate? How do we get past this team? Only if they thought about that, but you know what? We're going to see it on the screen. Triple is trying to strike
Reznov,
right now.
they're behind them, they're surrounding them, but Lyle also going to fall down to the kill feed. That's not even in the down fight. Naz will fall down on our screens in front of our eyes. Tam Tam getting absolutely surrounded. The backside from Reznov clapping down onto the rest of TSC as TSC clapped in that previous game. Abstract defending 2 kills up for them, and they keep everyone alive. More importantly, Triple D stepping up when they needed to grab these points off of what have been a few series of difficult matches. But inside the zone, it's still NDL continuing to keep control of these ridge lines, of the top side of these hills, and they're stopping and they're delaying the rotations, even if they're not grabbing these kills, especially here from Fear, who are now caught tanking again the blue zone without really anywhere to call their name.
And there's only one way that NDL can do this without getting punished, is to have someone looking towards the edge of zone to get an entry. And that is what we want to see from them. Otherwise, they would just lose priority. But Albi, as a solo, is not scared to strike, and that he'll be just shooting at everything he sees. But sometime in this game, he has to transition into maybe getting some placement points. It's going to be incredibly hard, though. StrangersBD, I almost forgotten that this squad is in this tournament. It's time to make a statement.
Strangers! I mean, that's pretty harsh words, but to be fair, they are going to have a difficult time because of rotating into Picardo. So we know there is similar problem to El Pozzo, where there is a Picardo hill above you. There's teams around you who can all look down upon you. As IND, looking upon that grenade, Chrono's going to eat it wide. As Athis will find a confirmed knock. Device now trying to make the revive, but gets punished for it. I mean, to expect to go for that revive so quickly after you literally just saw the grenade come down, I think that was very aggressive on IND's part.
You know what? IND just lost it when that guy, that one player decided to open shot and lost the opportunity to out-rotate the two teams stuck in the skirmish. And now that is the punishment. Learn that lesson. Happened once, never again. And this shift will put more pressure on these teams because this time round, we have Picardo in town. And also all the surrounding on that southwestern side. This is going to be a change of flavor. I hope you guys love it as much as I do.
The descent down from Picardo Hill into Picardo itself, that's what's going to be so difficult for these teams. Look at all of those deaths on the board. Say goodbye to two more, as it will be IND. Also there, NDL confirming through Thea. So two more drop off the board, and it will be, as we said, that descent down so difficult. Team Savage defending against absolutely rampaging NDL. They charge and they strike. UV as well going to fall. Paraboy wasn't even there to support him because they were so split. They were trying to control the ridge line. They might even lose a third. Now Paraboy will be confirmed in and down to a solo here, but even they have only one vehicle, but it's to the edge. He opens the sight line of NDL that they would have to rotate into. So for the rest of Team Savage, I think unfortunately for them, they're going to really struggle here as NDL just wipe on top of him once more. It feels like a deja vu, but no placement points here to pick up this time.
You know what? They dominated from the south part in game 2. This time around, they want to toy with all their food from the north. And sometimes it's to shoot or not to shoot, to fight or not to fight. They find the sweet spot and now rotating away. And TeamOma, we really need them to show up. A little bit of dark horse there. Only gotten the most of their points in that last day, primarily from 2 matches, really. They need to know how to hold this down because teams can get funneled in from that northern side.
Strangers, we said, well, they've been a little bit invisible here for the first 3 games, 3.5, as they still keep in mind. Have 2 players up. Volt does need that revive, however, and they are on the edge of that zone. The problem for Strangers is that they haven't exactly secured their position. And they are in a position where, well, look who is above them. NDL charging down on top. And they're in a position which will be very highly contested, particularly if it continues to shift towards them. And a position isn't actually the easiest to rotate out to because, as you notice, in the middle of this zone once again is that open grassland. And even double problem is it around the south side as well, just like the north, it's all hills. So all of those teams, example like Xenotactic setting up, you can't rotate anywhere out from the current state.
So tricky, but you can see Conqueror now coming back in. Now down to a duo need to control this northeastern side is not going to be easy, but they delivered. And TRG for the first time disappointed the crowd. And you know what? Just give us a chance, guys. We need some points when it comes to those predictions. But this point right here that you talked about is exactly what I want to mention as well. Sometimes it's not just about the compound, it's the key building in the compound, right, guys? So that is so important as a concept to control a segment of the map. NDL comes in down to duo, but you know what? I believe that they can strike even further. You know what? At least do it for Rex.
That zone, 0 players inside that zone, Tarzan. We are about to have a race, and it is going to feel like Formula 1 entering into that open expanse. There's only one building in the center, and you can bet SYRAX, you can bet Sons of Odin, they're all charging towards that. Even Most Wanted making that rotation onto the hillside, but straight on back to NDL. I think, again, Strangers, the fact that they didn't control that, you can see that, yes, they had the idea to rotate in, but the next step of that process, they didn't realize how to control, right, so that key compound. I feel that for Volkers, they are falling short, right? They are not really having the members that they need to push this. As a solo, you can't really still go into G9, and that's what's saving Strangers currently, but they still have to move, because with both of them not moving, the future looks grim for them, because all of those spots in zone being taken up. And for example here, team are looking to be first down by Most Wanted. We saw them how aggressive they could push previously. They're looking for that high ground. It was example who controlled that previously, but still, they are being patient. They don't want to catch themselves off guard. As you can see, 12 takes a bullet from the side angle, so they know that they will have to find another entrance inside. The smoke defends, almost that goes down. Zephyr will get popped off the top side. Adds as a second, and they're going in one by one, but can 12 find them all? Will not explode the vehicle, will not explode Icy. And for Icy, down below, 7 dodging out, another grenade going in on top. Can he find a triple? Well, it looks like he can. If he switches a gun, he smacks them down as a 1-2-3 triple, baby, for 007.
That is just crazy play, as well as not getting the reset as well. Like the split, the 1-3 is there. I get the idea, but couldn't alleviate each other's pressure sometimes. And that was the problem right there. And that is Most Wanted. Maybe I've cast a curse them, but Niko Defense League will be cursed again by the wonderful Maxman. I'm so sorry, buddy. You know what? This circle is amazing.
I mean, if you get told that you're gonna win a game by Maxman at this point, just accept that you are going to lose, and you accept you aren't going to pick out the points.
You know what? Like, so we're kind of trying to have fun here as well, but you know what? I don't want to be one of these players. It's just so hard to play off any position right now, and it's just crazy. And even if you have a car, yes, you can turn it into hardcover, but you may just want to find that one small dip to stay as stealthy as possible. This is brutal for these teams, guys, and that is not going to be easy. Sons of Odin actually in this one, and Silence will take some 4 damage as they continue to move out, but unfortunately, SYRAX is in town.
They get themselves caught in the building, and for excuse me, they lose one Costy as well, going to 4, but they catch out Snowboy. Conqueror using the one box of defense against the blue zone, but Molly will burn him through, expose their position, and Prada will fall. So actually good work there from Conqueror. Even though they go down, it still delays excuse me, and inevitably there for excuse me, they still slow themselves in that rotation. The eyes though on to example team. We said this position, these few series of buildings inside the center were going to be important. Example we took the high ground, they move now down further, and they can look to keep even more control on board. Most Wanted, to albeit the fact that they knocked 3 of them, they still seem to be 2 up left.
You know what? 2v2 right now on this edge. Who will control and be the kings of this side of the road is not going to be easy. Safe is there to respond. And don't forget, there could be third-party fire anytime.
You can see it. You can see the health bars slightly trickling down. They take 1, maybe 2 shots from opposing teams. That beautiful shot from Hardman. Finds it, Hardman redeeming himself, but the blue zone forces him out of hiding. They need to find Hype, but they will confirm the kill. They want an extra placement point. They want an extra kill point. If they can find Hype, they will grab it, and Hardman with a 1v2 underneath the edge of the hill. That was absolutely beautiful through from Apis, and we're seeing shot after knock after kill. And absolutely class here Miramar gave from the UK scene.
You know what? Like, it is just a beast with the SLR, the double headshot before to slow down the third party from IND early on, but now just landing headshot after headshot, and that is just insane. But 5 teams in this circle, so punishing. Gods of PUBG, do listen to our prayers. I don't know who to pray for, but listen to whoever's trying their best.
Triple, they are still alive. Maybe I should have voted for them. Maybe I could have picked up some points for us here. I will regret my decision because they're on 6 kills. But, well, guess who else is high on those kills? It's, excuse me, it's Prada. Straight from the PMPL, baby. Denying even more. It's now also Triple. They look for her own opportunity. Slicing and dicing. Kind boy turned into spaghetti with those bullets ripping him into pieces. Nachar now going to be next But can they hold? They retreat back into the building. They defend for now, excuse me, as well. Opening up is a solo in the center of zone, but he's up against Triple D. He's up against Prada. The other solo still needed to enter on in, but this feels like it could be Triple D's game. Nachar now holding firm, but Triple D, they're not looking for the push just yet. They want a next zone, and they will instead turn their attention to the fourth party. ODIN now out, but here comes Example next. They try to find one, but it's just not enough. Now also Prada will fall, and there's nothing that can stop Triple D in his match. They steal away the victory.
Man, there's so many small things, but you know what? Those being so key to the end result is absolutely why it's so hard to be good at this game. And it's great. Great game. Where were you, Triple Esports, when we needed you? Especially when we picked you, right? But,
Right.
You know, I haven't yet. Maybe I need to start thinking that. But, you know, amazing display of of the knowledge as well. The timing of those rotation from that plateau down is not exactly easy. And so that was a great way to see this team back at the top.
Back at the top they are, as we will break down everything about them in for a short break here. Tarzan, as we will catch you once again back on the desk with Max Man for Game 5 as well. Do not leave us.
My name is Judi Nassim. Nickname is Bruty. My in-game name is Bruty.
I'm Isam Daxi. My in-game name is Tam Tam, and my team name is TSC Ultimate.
Yeah, so my name is Shoaib Bilali. My nickname is Albi, and I play for TSC Ultimate.
We usually join the lobby or Discord voice chat to speak about the game. We speak about where we are going to land, how we're gonna play the game, if it's like basically like how we're gonna rotate and stuff, how we're gonna be pushing teams and stuff depending on the game situation.
I spend like most of my free time like playing PUBG and going out with friends in real life. So that's all I do for the moment, like apart from work and studies, because I work and study sometimes.
Yeah, we know each other for like 1 year, I guess, and we heard about the PMs in the UK, so we just wanted to try out what we can do.
As I told you before, we don't really make an account for other teams, if that makes any sense. But if I had to choose a team, it's gonna be Courage Esports, because as you've seen, they've been doing really good in the group stages. We really don't know if they're gonna be going on the same level as in the final.
I don't know, we just have confidence, even though like the last day we was top 10, like we didn't like had a lot of pressure. So I think we can do.
It feels really good. Like it's a really fun tournament, to be honest. Like the teams are like decent. Like there are some really good teams which I know. Like we played against each other, like in many other tournaments, and it feels really good. Like
I would like to wish them all of luck, and like really enjoyed this competition so far, from the qualification phase till the group stage, and now in the finals. We really want to see this competition getting bigger and better.
I would say NDL like have really good players. Like, you know, we all know them. We played against Most Wanted and Conqueror UK for like many times. Like we played against each other. That's for the moment. Those are the teams. Like, you know, like they can do like something in the finals. Like they can have good results.
I can say like my best skill was like, I mean my best moment. I had the AWM in second day or third day, so I can say that was my best moment. Even the last day I did like 6 kills in the last game. We was in top 10, so.
I would like to wish them all of luck, and like really enjoyed this competition so far, from the qualification phase till the group stage, and now in the finals. We really want to see this competition getting bigger and better, to have like to to compete between each other and hope like everyone does good.
Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes, £22,000. Now that's a chicken dinner.
And what a great game of Miramar that was that we just witnessed. And once again, do not forget the PMNC UK 2021 edition is brought to you by Xiaomi. Thanks to them, you can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on your Xiaomi powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. Great game, great Miramar, last Miramar of the day, and it will be taken by none other than the boys of Triple D. But especially, we're going to have to go through some of the highlights. But I have a question for you, Tarzan, especially, because at the start of that game, we saw Xenotactics go out early again. On the side of a coach, like, how do you deal with the mentality and the stress that can really bring you?
Yeah, I think there's two areas, right? One's for me to say, like, what to think about, what to say to them after this whole day, right? So I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about now, right? So I'm basically going for that one memory, one thought, and one team technique, right? So one memory, so I'll bring them back, to show them, look, this is the play that you did in this point in time. That shows you your strength. I want you to remember that and how you felt in that moment. So bring them back to know that they have the ability to do something. Then we move on to one thought. That thought would be about the experience of the team. Yes, we know it's not quite there, but we all know how some teams started. Not everyone just blow up like out of the blue and be the best. Tell them that this is a learning opportunity when they know there's nothing really to risk, nothing to lose, and just enjoy the experience. That can offload them from that pressure, right? And the last thing would be one team, remind them of the joy of playing with each other. Try to remind like what you like about each other and just keep the morale up. Be that one guy that even as a coach or player to keep everyone together and make everyone feel like, you know what, let's do this. And if you can sense that aura through the team, even in voice chat, that is a great start for a team like this.
Oh man.
Yeah, go for it. I
was going to add on to that. I was going to say, like, I definitely agree with that. The mentality thing for Xenotactic is the fact that they need to come into this game 5. They need to forget about their results in these first 4 games. They need to now focus, say, hey, we've got one more chance in this game 5. If we can just perform well here, not only is it a good step up for ourselves, but we can actually prepare ourselves with a good series of good results heading into tomorrow as well.
Talking about results, of course, we're going to be having to check the leaderboards of this 4th game of the day on Miramar. Esports, TRG, Xenotactics, a little bit of a weaker performance this time around. Especially TRG, they had some good results from time to time. We're hoping to see a little bit of a better show up into our 5th and final game of day 1 here for the PMNC UK finals. But now we're going to have to look onto the first page, and we'll see if we're going to have a few surprises here. As I don't know if you can hear me. Hello.
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Okay.
I was like, are we stuck for a second? But no, it seemed like we're still here. We're going to spend a little bit of time then looking on the second page. But that's something that I want to mention, especially for you, Tarzan, is that you said that we need more trigger discipline of IND, and in this game, it actually did hurt them quite a bit.
Yes, you know what? That is actually a very textbook thing, based on 2 things, right? Like, you need to ask yourself, if I shoot now, what do I actually gain? And more importantly, if I shoot now, what am I likely to lose? What they did there is to open onto a knock that is very hard to confirm, and then will give away the position prior to the new zone appearing. And that's a very, very typical example that we see in this esport, at probably until you reach the highest level. And that is a very important thing, guys. And I want you to go back and think about that, especially maneuvering through a very punishing bit of landscape on the San Martin or Picardo Plateau. It takes more time to scout it out and to clear it. So that would be a very good example there. And I wish that would help all of you.
I don't know about everyone at home, but I want to be coached by you, Tarzan. I'm not even a player. I
know,
want to
right?
be coached regardless. Yeah. But I got one for you
that's
now. We're
very
going to be
sweet.
having our head-to-head here for Triple Esports. And excuse me, Triple Esports especially, they had that great push onto Example's compound in the center of that circle at the end. Is it just me, Highland, or should that not have been that easy? It seemed way too easy for Triple. I feel
It
like
did.
Example could have put up a little bit of a better fight.
And I feel that overall, the thing coming through and the problem, for example, was that yes, it was split, but when it came to Triple D staying together, it's like moving up a staircase, right? You stay together, you make that final push. Instead, example, yes, they had the initial vision, but they didn't have the idea or the execution to stick together as a team once again. They couldn't collapse onto Triple D, and that was why they fell down.
Yeah, Athis up here was 1,080 damage. Old player, let's not forget of Eastern Stars. Intrigued to see if he's going to be back with Eastern Stars when the PMPL kicks off back again, or if they do qualify. But we're also going to check out our voting results to see if us on the desk were right, or if you guys at home on the community segment were on point this time around. And it seemed like everyone took a big fat L on their forehead. Very unfortunate this time around, but you know what? We're gonna tie it up, so that's fine. Community 0 and casters 0. Also, that is fine. But we can try and rectify it. Okay, we got one more game here, Tarzan and Highland. We're gonna have to make sure we choose the right team. Otherwise, the viewers might lose faith in us. Like, come on, we know what we're talking about, right? Come on, Tarzan. What are you gonna go for this time?
You know what? Jake, do you have one? I need a second, right? Because there's so many things. I'm trying to do the calculations, but you know what? Take it away. I will come back with a good answer.
I almost am inclined to move back to the side of Triple D after their good game. I feel like I might cast a curse in though, because I gave them the benefit of doubt 2 times. It didn't do so hot. So I think looking towards the final game, the one other team for me that has been standing up well has been Excuse Me. And I would have to say if any team on paper could match that final game with a good result, it could be them.
Okay. Yeah, I think Excuse Me will be definitely a good team to check out. We'll see. We're not the community segment just yet. We'll have the voting in a set, but at least we know which one Highland Wolf is going to go towards. But NDL, once again, they're going to be standing strong with 58 points. They created such a huge advantage for themselves. They're looking just so set, but we're seeing some extreme consistency, Tarzan, for example, team. I don't know what I would put it down to, if it's rotations or their aggressive nature, but example team are really looking like the team that could be first at the end of these 3 days.
I feel like there's one way that they play that a lot of team is lacking. They are not afraid to take early skirmishes, and they actually go into it kind of prepared for that. And that is a huge advantage compared to a lot of teams. It can be a huge momentum swing in the early game. I can see there's some macro issues going into mid and late game, but in the games that they were able to start great, they are able to have a head start. So that is a great way there. You know what? Time for my answer. I actually am going to take Triple Esports this time. And I think it's because speaking of momentum, I will pick them. And with Aces on fire right now, I think they can carry that over. And the last piece of info that I'm going to use to support that statement is because they are a farm team. If a very strong squad are in a very strong position who will heavily reward teams who know how to split, I think that can be extremely scary, right? So they are also surrounded by, in close proximity when it comes to crossing, they can punish TRG from Milta as well as SYRAX from Novo. Both of those two teams are lacking some gas right now. So you now put power in the hands of Triple Esports, they can take another game away.
Okay, I think that's actually really significant vote to go for here. I think it makes a lot of sense. So that's going to be the vote that you're going to be going towards, Tarzan. Remind me once again, Highland, because I got very short-term memory
Excuse
loss.
me, it's okay.
Remind me.
Excuse me. Yeah.
Excuse me. I thought you were saying excuse me. Like, I didn't think you needed memory. Oh my, hey, that's going to get me. I knew it was going to get me eventually. I didn't know it was going to be on day one, but you know what?
We got
me,
the boys.
You got it, boys. We can go home. It's okay. But once again, if you guys are new to the stream at home and you want to vote for your favorite team to try and support them and show some community support, if you're on Twitch or YouTube, both chat do work. Put the hashtag of your team you see on the bottom left side of your screen. If you want to vote for Fear, it's hashtag FEAR, and you will be entering a vote for that team to try and give them a little bit more moral support. It will be great. But mine. Good question. I was trying to avoid it. I was trying to talk a little bit my way out of that one.
No.
I am not sure what I want to go for this time around, but really on the wrangle, I want to support a team that's struggling because I'm cursing teams left, right, and center. So, and you know how it goes. You know, negative and negative becomes a positive. So I'm going to say I would love to see Xenotactics end up taking a top 3. So that's my vote. I'm going to go for Xenotactics. Let's see if it's going to work out. And if it doesn't, I mean, you can just say I cursed him again. I mean,
I think RIP is in the tactics. I am sorry for your loss in this final game, but Max has unfortunately picked you.
I mean, hey, to be honest, they go out in 16th without me even cursing them, so they don't need me for that so far. So anyway, that was a bit brutal, actually. You know what? I'm sorry, guys. We'll see. It's only day 1. We'll see if they can try and work on that one just a tad, and we'll see if the community voting is going to be on point so far. I don't know, actually, Tarzan. Do you think we're first, or is it the community? I think the community is ahead by just a slim amount of points. I think just 1 or 2.
Yes, you know what? Like that is why you need to have good peers, guys, right? So even if I've done my job, I need both of them to do this so that we can beat the viewers. But you know what? You guys are doing an astonishing job, and you know, actually, Max picking Xenotactic is not wrong. He just feels like he is them. Because he heard what I said. Max heard what I said and pretended to be Xenotactic and felt that may work. But I don't think they could hear me, though. So I don't know about that confidence vote. But you know what? Prove us wrong any day, anytime, if it's for your improvement and for your good play. We want to see the best ability out of all these players. And I think UK can be a blooming region if the right resources have been placed in.
Yeah, to be completely honest, I'm happy with both Jan Highland Wolf and also Tarzan with me on the desk here. If it was Jason, I'm sure I would have been crying already by now. So I'm just happy as you guys. But here we go. We're gonna have to check out the community votes in just a bit of time. But to remind also, this is £22,000 here for the total prize pool of this event for the PMNC finals for the UK region. And there's also that PMPL slot that we still got to keep in mind. So far, we've got a few teams setting themselves heavily apart on the top position. But from what we've seen today, at least, Highland Wolf, is there one team that you're looking in this event, you're like, yes, this team is PMPL Western Europe ready?
I almost feel like I was inclined to say Triple D, but I think that the consistency I have to go towards the example team, because yes, NDL have been putting in big performances, but they've also had big mistakes, and that is something that can really spiral into quite a negative actually attitude coming through into future games. It can actually spoil a lot of future games as well. But example, they've been very consistent, and consistency is what we're really needing here from the UK scene.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was going to actually say. I was going to say example team seems like the most ready team for that kind of level of play. So I fully agree with you on that one, Highland. How about you, Tarzan? Is there a team you like, you would like to see make it into PMPL here?
Yeah, before I say what team I pick, I completely disagree with you guys. I don't know why.
Oh, wow.
Example team, the problem is we needed some textbook plays in important times, and I feel like some of those plays have not been executed there yet. Yes, points is one thing. It's not about what you get, is how you got them, right? So that is my point there. I'm still going to pick NDL because I think the
as always,
having some like conversation with them, but like I've gone for triple. I think there's some deeper level of synergy that come from these people knowing each other within the scene that can somehow spark something that can lead to longevity of a team, which is lacking on this Western side of this PUBG, severely compared to some Eastern teams. So I think when you go in with a bit of a friendship base, when you have the similar banters, when you've got good games coming in from and qualified from a good group, having bad days but know exactly why and coming in strong, I would pick NDL for now. Now, I can only say for now, but I want to be proved wrong because I want to see many teams being able to take that spot away from my heart.
So to answer that with another question actually for you, you're talking about NDL and how they seem like they're more ready, but when they get to the late game, they become such a scary team. They take so much control. But I think that right now what they should be working on is trying to get to that late game on a more consistent basis. Have you spotted out maybe some things that they may be lacking as of right now to make that happen? Because if they get, towards the top 5 a lot of the time, I think they could get multiple wins in a day pretty easily.
I feel like it's an adjustment to style, right? Because at the higher level play, we would try to have very efficient players trying to do a very efficient split. But when it comes to the style right now, a lot of teams tend to clump. Maybe that's due to lack of confidence in the map knowledge to have an efficient split. But if you happen to have a split, like from NDL going into 4 players as a solo or duo, you can get punished. So sometimes it's about these terms that I heard before, like being outdone by people, or you can outdumb someone because you do something the top teams don't do. So I think it would be about NDL adjusting to the style of play in this lobby as well.
Okay, I think that's actually really good answers. We'll see if they can try and adapt a little bit to the lobby at Hannah in this PMNC event. But first place community vote is going to be TRG again. And IND, they've been sneaking in there. I think teams have been able to watch a bit of how IND has been playing and how aggressive especially this team is. And they started to set themselves apart. And then SYRAX is going to be the third place pick team with 13% of the community votes in the YouTube and Twitch chat. Are you surprised by Team IND getting picked actually, Highland? Because I think it makes sense in how aggressive they've been in recent times.
I think it's surprising that they have actually been so aggressive as you saw them in previous games. Of course, yes, they got gifted. I think that first game that really did hand them a lot of their points that they've been picking up. I think similarly to NDL, the problem is that they have those big mistakes in those games that potentially cost them their position. I mean, when you just look back towards the game 4, right? On Miramar, they tried to go too heavy onto Triple D Esports. They found themselves caught in between Athis on the high ground, picked one of them apart. Sons of ODIN there as well, or should I say TSC Ultimate there as well, being at third party. Then the Blue Zone came in, and that fourth man just wasn't enough really for actually the rest of IND to fight through.
I think IND overall is just making more and more of an impact on the lobby. So people in the chat are starting to realize that, okay, they're starting to be a little bit of a scary team. Maybe they're the real Team IND. Who knows? They're just over here in disguise in the UK and trying their best to get himself a good spot in the finals. But now we're back on Erangel. It's the Grassy Pastures. It's the ODI map. It's the map that started it all. And this is going to be for you, Tarzan, on this one. I think when we look back on the first game, we had maybe a few slow-ish rotations and teams struggling to make it over to the island of Military Island, Southern Island, actually, should I say. Do you think after the games you've been seeing so far, the ones after that, they've been a change on that? Or do you think teams might struggle a little bit on that end still?
I think they will still struggle because we're talking about adjustments and the realistic window to make them happen. Like more than we want, we talk about studying, we talk about data, but sometimes in the muscle memory, it takes that person to suddenly, if it's not their habit to say this time around, I'm going to say this right now so that we rotate early. It's not easy to do. So I'm going to say we can't see that change until tomorrow, but what we're going to see is a little bit of a rematch this time, but on this completely different side of the map. You know what, Max, we're going to miss you in this. Hopefully we are going to do it better as a team when it comes to prediction. The circle, or should I say the playing path, goes from South Georgia all the way to the main military base. Completely different game right here, and I want to see more Quarry, Primos, etc. But it's going to be very, very different compared to game 1 High Wolf.
I just want to see Zuna Tactics make it out of the early game and prove Max that he isn't a total cursed monster. That's what I'm looking for.
Oh, you know what? It's very hard to think right now because it's also raw data for me. Like, I love these predictions, but for these teams to come in after studying and the first time that they get to touch this side of this map, I just want to be surprised. Right? I want to see some really good plans. I want to see good adjustments coming through, secondary drops, all that stuff. Most importantly, patience and trigger discipline. Okay, like those things, we will never let it go. You would be tired by now, but until we see it more, it will still be one of the very essential area of skills that show the IQ of the player as well as the patience.
Hey, but look as well, if you can't master the foundations of PUBG Mobile, you don't actually, I think, deserve to be in that PMPL spot, because you have to, as a representative of your entire country, of all of the teams here, to say that, well, yes, you took the L, but actually we're going to step up for you and we're going to represent you as a country in PMPL. And that's what you really want to see in total coming through. Strong foundations, and then you can start with a fancy footwork. Then you can start with a fancy nade, the throwables, the fancy position play. After all of which, you know how to rotate into zone, how to effectively master your position, and you know where you need to go next. What is your step-by-step plan?
You know what? Like, talking about that, this is a very different type of game compared to game 1. Look at how much that phase 1 circle complements with the playing path, guys. It's going to cause so much trouble for whoever's not used to scouting within the circle. Like, you need to kind of assume everyone's got a spot in the circle already. So where do we go? You may stay. Then how do you set up? If you set up based on the playing path, which side would you put more focus onto? All these things should be going through the player's head right now. It's time to set a game plan. Like phase 1 circle, you have your research, you have your drop from the plane path. You've got the phase 1 circle. The plan should be there before you picked up your favorite guns, okay? Unless you've got that luck in the early game, as we can see TRG maneuvering through the north part of farm, that can allow them to get to some very key positions. But you know what? Very hard to get here at this stage without enough loot, and that will be just them grabbing the vehicles, which is extremely important. We talked about that in game 1 already, so I love to see these initiatives.
The zone as well, going in phase number 1, kind of towards the plane pass. We don't expect too much here, Tarzan, of early skirmishes to come through. I would expect teams, though, to do scouting, particularly around this position, because of the fact that there is a plane path and a zone coming together as one. It means that there are already going to be a lot of players around you and your situation. Or if not, there's going to be players who exited out of that zone coming into zone. And that's where you can actually really take advantage of that by finding that early game scouting while the rest of these teams are looting up. You gather information where the opposite enemy does not have that.
Yes, and scouting, we talked about this earlier. I might actually get someone to do a nice diagram for this, right? I talked about how people think sometimes scouting, baiting, and I forgot the last thing. I can't make that diagram anymore, but I talked about a few things. People find it as separate entities, but the best and most efficient scouting is to get the bait, the fight opening. So basically the initiation, scouting, and baiting at the same time, right? So baiting would be the way to get the opening, but you know what? This is a little bit of a rematch. Last time round, Conqueror didn't have a good start, but Fear will go past this, and Bilal will go down to one shot, just leaving that one there. Oh, teammates, I think they say hi. At least Farah was on that squad when they won the last PMNC. One death will deliver that one.
Indeed. I mean, I'm not sure it was hello. I think it was more Kek goodbye, Bilal, because that was Conqueror absolutely slicing down one. And Fear, I feel that again, it's just a disrespect from Fear rotating so early on with a vehicle, might I add, in a compound where you know there is another team dropping on top of you.
Spot on. Exactly. I mean, it's not even on top of them, right? Let's say it's on top of them, they could see it. And that is the split. Yes. I mean, something, they're trying to try something. I did say it's so hard to maneuver through anywhere without some forethought if the phase 1 circle greatly complements that plane path. And I think even if they drop far, right, let's say they do a quick rotation, very bold one, but Conqueror UK just drops in that city every single bloody time. How can you, in so early part of the game, just go through the main road of a city that's taken? Like, let's say they loot very quick, right? Not in the city, they take the hills, right? That hill that separates school and Rozhok to the Rozhok hill then is a bigger GG, right? It's just well set up, very good training ground practice. So I'm not going to, be even more harsh upon Bilal and the rest of Fear Esports, but we did some stats beforehand, everyone, and we saw Fear Esports actually is quite shaky when it comes to the stats. Like, a day one that was not so strong in group stage, but the majority of the points coming in days 2 and 3, and day 4 going back down to around 20-point range. So it's not easy to come in, against this type of competition.
It is going to be, as we mentioned, a slightly slower game, only going to be one of Fear Bilal caught out for now around Rozhok for their over-aggression. But with that zone as well, being more towards that northwestern side, I think the similar outcome is that you have to decide how are you going to position on this northern side, how are you going to position on mainland Erangel, right? Because I think that then positioning around, if you are the likes of Most Wanted, a rotation in straight onto mainland Erangel, maybe not so favorable. I would actually like to see Most Wanted make a slight rotation just above Rozhok on that northern side, rotate down past the edge of Georgeport on that eastern side, that eastern bridge just past the Wizard's Tower. I would like to see Most Wanted take, because not only is it going to take them out of harm's way, but they're still keeping the zone with them in phase 1. They have the opportunity to do so, but also the fact that they're not going to have to worry about scouting and information later, because, well, the Everest is there in front of them.
You know what? Like, whether they've heard you or not, Most Wanted like to go for that rotation according to my database. They would go to the northern side, come back round. Last time they did that, they over-rotated. around to those quarry hills and just got severely punished. But I think that was exactly what they're going to do. I want them to, have a flexible plan and be adaptive. But this whole circle, I think we will soon see some action right about here. I talked about farm position for the start of Triple Esports after that win, and how is in relation to the drop spots of SYRAX and TRG. Now that is the southeastern edge. The scouting needs to come through. TRG have tried to hunt and find a way to cause damage to SYRAX in the past in Group A. So I want to see some difference in here because the Kings of Group B is here. Not the best day so far Triple, but they had such an important win when it comes to that Game 4.
Yeah, they are holding on for now. But again, guess who? Cena Tactics are right there beside them. It feels like an unending battle between these two teams, Tarzan, to be honest. I mean, we've seen them go up against each other. The majority of these games that we've seen today, particularly the fact that this fight takes his position around Ruins. I mean, the fact that Xeno Tactics, unfortunately for them, slightly just too far up front. I think the Junior 8 game, because they are in Ruins, you can't rotate around. It is so open. You only have those ridge lines available to you. They weren't able to support buildings there, here for Fear, and take what was just an easy kill for them.
It's going to be extremely tricky. I think for Fear to take this, they need to use the roof to maximize this compound. Like, it's been so textbook since Season 1. People, even in the comp scene, know how to use it. But it's so hard in this type of circle where you don't have a really clear goal to know where to control. You need to constantly do 360, and suddenly you can only leave 1 or 2 in the compound with people spreading around to protect people coming in from maybe a third-person peek before aggressing on you. So it's going to take a lot more forethought, right, to hold those compounds, and it's going to be quite tricky when we have this new circle actually putting a significant amount of land on the northern parts to the river as well. It's going to be very interesting to see how these teams set up along the river.
Oh no, it's upside down. You lost your vehicles, strangers, and that was a ridge line too far. You got hit by the speed bump of a wrangle. And they're going to have to go on foot. We're going to have to find a new vehicle to call their own. I mean, you hate to see it, but you love to see it at the same time.
I mean, StrangersBD, I'm sorry, but they've not shown up so far. Like, they had such a huge 89-point day in their day 4 to secure the spot. But you know what? Like, sometimes is to capitalize off a given circle. And sometimes in those basics that we were waiting to see, they are not really pulling their weight so far. And IND, on the other hand, has been pretty decent, I have to say. Like, I've seen them really, even in the PMCC, Europe West, the Campus Championship. It's the first time the Highland Wolf and myself seen them. And they've did some decent things, but the consistency isn't there. So you need to be consistently consistent, as Highland would love to say. But that is one of the hardest thing ever. It's not just when it comes to points, it's about the flexibility, the agility in styles as well, like coming through those. And it's just very important to see them demonstrate that. And they actually have a decent start this day. Some things we mentioned already to basically explain that topic of trigger discipline. I hope they pick that up and make the gameplay even better.
I think this is a very interesting position also through from IND, but I worry for them. Again, they are surrounded by a lot of teams, but where? Around Ruins. So we know that Ruins is very difficult on vehicle to rotate out of, let alone it is near on impossible to rotate out of on foot with teams surrounding you. I feel that IND, they may have put themselves in a corner. Yes, they're an aggressive team, but they're relying on that aggression, right, to be able to take out their opponents around you. Example, one of those squads around that Ruins side, edging over what will be Fear, but that vehicle, more importantly, saving Nachar. It does have to move away. It will blow up. It means that it will explode it down onto Nachar and execute them down, but they find a smoke road away. I think, however, for the rest of example, I am worried in the sense that they are coming up into a position where, actually, guess who? Triple D, they are also moving in behind, and they were slightly split. I'm glad they came together.
You know what? This is a very interesting circle. We played South once, let's play the Northern side. And this is just extremely interesting because I picked Triple, right? I want them to do well. This allows them to show a different style. They need to play sweeping, they need to play edging, and they transition into some key compounds because we have the river to separate the three pieces of land essentially of Erangel, and we need to see some teams knowing how to control those spots in a very dominating manner, proactive way to claim it as well. All those good stuff we want to see to start coming through in this last game of the first day. We only got 3 days, so we've got no time to waste here, guys.
No matches to lose here. I mean, you lose out at a good day of games, well, that might just be that PMPL spot not given to you. And I wanted to also talk about proactiveness. In TSC Ultimate, I love it, their rotation. They're not on the map, by the way, just now, but they're making that rotation around the Crate Yard south of George Pole. And they're going to be gatekeeping at Bridge. They're going to be gatekeeping just south of Everest, which is on a very quiet side of the map. It's on an area side of the map where if it rotates to them, they very confidently should be able to execute teams coming towards them as well.
Yeah. You know what? Speaking of proactiveness, I'm going to give away some more free coaching, right? So it's a series of 3 words. So you first have knowledge that can factor into proactiveness, then you can get outpacing. Outpacing your enemies, because you need to first have the knowledge to know how do we start to prep this, which side can I start looking at that is sensible without putting myself at risk, then using that, then you can be the first one to rotate and take upon an action. These some new bits here from Erangel that is very, very sweet, and Hype's trying to play off it. SYRAX needs some big games here, and this will be great to see how they can control this, and alongside them is Sons of Odin. And two teams.
Rotation.
And it's a great rotation. You need to bait a lot of shots, and that is some bold driving for the reason to get an opening. So that is something that we love to see in this region.
I love it, Sons of Odin make that Northern rotation. They're trying to pincer down Hype, and unfortunately the Hype are now left on an island where the rest of the team can't really support. They need to, yes, drive on in, but they can't even full dive because again, that Northern rotation stops a full dive Tarzan onto Crack, onto Daddy, and that's the beauty of Sons of Odin.
You know what? There's more plays to make. I think both teams are trying to use this as an anchor spot and to position around it. It's not going to be easy, though. It's going to be a chess game and mind game. More important, it's so prone to third party coming from the south side, according to that landscape. They need a different spot to maybe play off, to maybe rotate up north if they ever want to get out of that strangling situation.
That zone will shift once more, but all the way to the northern side, and it's going to be a panic stations. Go, go, go for all of those southern teams. But look at OMA, look at IND on those bridges. These two squads, that's where you've got to keep your eyes on because they have the power to stop exactly half of this lobby from rotating in.
You know, look at Triple Esports now, guys. They were one of the most southern team, and like I said, they took the prime time in that transition according to pacing in the mid game to go for a big rotation that could be game winning. Yes, there were risks involved, but they don't have to struggle through that crossing. And look at, I love seeing these CMRs like Sav trying to be what Aethys did this time around. The fellow 760 weapon, the SKS, is the old love of many players.
Scythe still needs to find their way a little bit over those ridge lines, I would say, because they need that information on all of those extra players inside the center of the zone. Triple, yes, they didn't make it in, but they lost Reznov. They had another knock. They were able to find success in reviving. There is also TRG on the backside, so it is a third party coming in. There's also the side of Xena Tactics moving in, make it even a 4, making an absolute party here in World 12. It's a 5th. As Hitman takes them down, and Most Wanted, yes, they tried to control their position, but they find themselves again, just like we mentioned with the IND, surrounded by all of these teams. Thankfully, though, for IND, they make a brilliant rotation also to the northern side, but we still need to rotate into zone. And the problem with this zone, Tarzan, is it's around that plane wreckage. That's the only real cover these teams have coming in, but shy of that, there isn't anything. There's only a few trees, and actually Nexus now down. Maybe that's the opening of it really IND needed. Maybe that is a one shot they have, because if they don't take this, what can IND really take?
This is going to be so tricky. I think the edging style will come supreme like in this game. You just look at everything with the info, find the right time to strike upon your little bit of scouting crawling around, then pick a spot to make it, you know, the strongest. There's so many just rocks and dips and trees that these players need to know, and they wish they have perfect pictorial memory right now, because this circle is testing those skills like crazy. Right here, NDL needs to take this control away, because this type of ground, although it's on the western edge, it has immense elevation and information towards the center zone. They can even keep just 1 or 2 players after winning this fight to just be the strongest backdrop, and that will actually be TSC returning some fire. It's 1-for-1 right now. Both teams may just go for the reset.
But TSC, that core player on the top of that hill, is so important. As long as TSC Ultimate keep that player alive, then actually for NDL, they can't actually move in any further. They have been not. Jody needs that revive. That slows him down even more. It buys more time there for the rest of TSC Ultimate. Albie as well coming off the backside. Bilal in the front. Tam was that core play. You can see also on your feet, it looks like it could be a beautiful double, but inside is a party underwater. It's a party on land as TSC Tam wiped out on the edge. It was also now the rest, excuse me, getting wiped underwater, as they are not the fishes of the hour. Neither are TSC Ultimate though on land, as it will be a double here for both teams. But NDL, they come out on top.
You know, just very good experience there. A lot of players just like, what do I do? You're getting knocked. It's the Renox. It's about the trading, as always. And excuse me, is now under that bridge with no cover, and Oma is time to strike. We've seen them, you know, come up strong, you know, in some of these occasional games, but we need more than them. And unfortunately, Sons of Odin yet to show up today as well, as they get eliminated this time round.
There we go.
Only 10 seconds, and that is Fear coming in with 5 kills actually. Although they're down to duo, this may be a good amount of momentum that could allow them to get more.
Like the best game that Fear have played all day here, Tarzan. I mean, it's a little bit questionable why we're jumping into the water right now. Unfortunately, maybe I've been a slip of the finger. Is SYRAX slip of life is most wanted. Do strike down 1, but here, Nonda returns on through. The snake of the final member of Most Wanted, Zephyr, holding in strong for the meantime. Nonda's still holding in behind the tree, but there's nowhere to go. We cannot find the shots on target. They're slipping and dodging in between each one, but finally they will fall, and there falls Zephyr alongside the rest of Most Wanted, down to the final 10. But the zone shifted up once more hard towards the northern side. And again, a lot of these teams need to make those forward rotations, but yet the problem is that there isn't anywhere to hide. There is nowhere to go, and you're relying on the vehicles as that form of cover. You're relying on the smokes that you've been able to gather, but yet they've exposed so much of all of their utilities so far to just get here. And even their NDL double as a bully Kronos out of the world. Rolk is in one way, the vehicle over the backside. NDL, they control here a very important ridgeline on this northern side.
You know what? That is the inexperience coming through. IND got a very good center position for a few phases now. The readjustment and the just tightening of the formation didn't come through, and they just get picked apart. And that is actually TRG using an important position. They need to know when to strike. They need to start scouting forward, because it's so likely that the zone will get away from them, move away, and they will run out of ridge lines to use.
TRG, they also are trying to defend against NDL. They are underneath the ridgeline. They will find Euphoria, but can also use the edge of that wing to find the higher vulnerability of NDL. They can use it for vision, but it is risky, considering that we are at a point of the game where coming up there could mean you just get picked apart. In Sexual, they do need, however, that information on the rest of these teams. They're on the edge. They don't have really any idea who is below them. Yes, they found one, but how, as we mentioned far, can really TRG take this? Device also has been spoiled by TRG. NDL will continue to make that revive through onto Jody. They use the edge of that ridgeline to protect him. Shashank, they do find one. A beautiful grenade onto Jody, but can they find a second? They look to take down Jar Jar. Yes, they take it through. A double for IND. Experience or not, Shashank saves them from what could have been a mistake. But look at the zone once more. Only Team Savage are inside of it, and Hitton has to defend against the world.
You know what? Just really, really rough zone. Like those, yeah, map knowledge, all that stuff, it doesn't exactly apply now. Yes, to a certain extent, yes, but you need to have that ability to assess your surroundings and environment so quickly and efficiently, and just the timing of those plays are so important. It's not just that spot you want to take, how, when, according to this zone and the timing, and that will be IND taken out, but the split actually came through. They just keep trading and got a spot in the circle and made it to top 6.
TRG, they're entering in 2-man invade, as well as SYRAX slapping through onto Oma. The hype, they will defend for now, but not for long. There, TRG, we mentioned a circling, as it will be IND. Shashank also to find themselves a tree for cover. Shashank, back grenades. We've seen one beautiful one already, but it will fall short, will it? No, it yes. I thought almost for a moment the bounce was there, Tarzan, but the sectoral will go down anyways. The good old gun does the trick. Razzle now also going to have to be very, very careful, because he can't just stand up and peek, because keep in mind there's players all around you.
Yes, and it's good to move back a little bit to just say, you know what, you can't nade the same place and get rewarded again, and that'll be Shashank actually putting a lot of pressure in. Need to look out for the other sides as well. Very tricky circle. We're down to 9 players, 4 teams, and you know what, Conqueror UK will now come in strong. In the last game, instead of the first, I don't know how would that make our fellow friend feel. I'm not whose name we shall not mention. And but you know what? It's great to see them coming in better. They got that early kill.
I wanted
the first
to see
time
them.
in forever.
Oh no, Tarzan,
Oh, no.
no. You know how many times I had to listen to that with my sister when she saw that film. Oh man, the Elsa bank bit sings. Oh, that piggy bank had to go eventually. Oh my days. So there will also Example Team falling down in 4th position. Conqueror, 1 death is going to survive. Conqueror may just take this game. We mentioned they've been struggling all day, but with IND down, TRG down to just 1 member. This is free for Conqueror. Fair falls a second. The last one still not even inside the zone. And Conqueror, they got everything they need, Tarzan, to take away this game. I think Shy of Evil pulling off what could be the greatest PUBG play ever. That is not it. A 4 buggy. Make a wall. That won't work. They're inside everything. 1 more bullet. Take them all down. Blow them up. I want to see it. Come on, Conqueror. I want to see 3 members of TRG. No. There we go on through. But TRG quietly into the night.
Man, it's kind of I don't know what to feel like. It's a little bit sloppy towards the end. It's just so bold, and it's so hard to believe that he didn't get killed earlier by doing that. Sometimes those are the times you're going for your friends, and for at what cost? And you kind of risked it, and you're like, it almost worked out. But when they come through, it's very hard to say. But that game was spicy. It's different, and I like it.
That game was indeed. That day as a whole, day 1 has been spicy, but we get to break down everything that happened after 1 more break here. It's been beautiful, but stick with us because there's even more to come.
Skillful and inestimable. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the MVP of the week and his most breathtaking moments.
It is bullied, cyber bullied TSC down to Broughty remaining, and even Broughty will fall now too.
Nice use of that buggy to drive around and figure out what the last member was. I was surprised that Kirsten
denies and punishes through the solo of Risk, and down to just 4 teams already. But Painan is no longer with the safety of the blue area. Premixed moving in.
Nope, and Courage really the only team up on top of a little bit of a plateau to play off of. And it looks like Stellar trying to get close enough to play it as well is gonna have 2 of their members taken down. I think they only have Talent Rat left. Yeah.
Oh, that's gonna send it back, you know. Sheriff now will
be able to make a slight dent even. As you can see, Courage, yes, the numbers have fallen down to 2. But they are so quick to react. They are so well prepared for many of these engagements. And this is going to be quite a bit of a challenge now for Faceless.
This is where the inexperience kind of came in. I knocked 3. It's the phase you're waiting for. He's coming in. He's reviving. That's what you need to go. Probably with more clarity than I did. But that is Faceless losing such a key window, making it a 1v2 situation. That is just pain. Come into a very saturated edge.
Oh, quick reactions going in from Courage.
Tune in next week to find out who will take the MVP's title. That's all for now. See you on the battlegrounds. Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is hold on to your parachutes. £22,000. Now that's a chicken dinner.
And that's our 5 games in the book for day 1 here for the PMNC finals for the UK region. Once again, all of these games were brought to you by Xiaomi, and thanks to them, you can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. We're going to have some really big breakdowns to go for because we had some insane games here for the very first day of the finals, I've got to say, boys. But before that, we got some highlights to go through before I ask you the big tricky questions. So we're going to break down this game a little bit.
Oh man, I mean, I wanted to start it off here and just say that actually Fear stepping up, by the way, in this final day. I mean, not just to say that they've struggled, but the mentality of them coming in with that final game, picking up those kills and defending their position. Yes, he didn't grab what was a good position overall in the end of the placements, but it's certainly the best result we've seen so far, and this was my favorite player. I mean, that's just something good. I mean, if we're talking about Fear, that was a player need.
Can I say I taught him well? Like, to be fair, I didn't exactly teach Vara that, but it was a good play. Is we want to see that more because around these rivers, I think we talked about that 3-step process, right? It's first your knowledge, then your anticipation or prediction, then into some outpacing. So when you see a circle like that, you need to think about, oh, there's a chance that I need to do this sitting in the back seat of the car play, and a bit of a long name, but you guys saw exactly what could happen when you have that in your back pocket.
I mean, we saw it as well, rightly so. We saw it in the group stage. Just to see it again, something beautiful. And again, it's just the fact that those windows are tilted as well, that you can't see easily onto that. So yes, actually, the skin actually is slow key pay to win.
Hey, man, we'll see, huh? We'll see. We'll talk about that one later on, that's for sure. But hey, Sons of Odin, though, have been a little bit sneaky snakes onto the bottom side of this game, so not going to get too much coming their way. Big fat bubble coming their way. Xeno Tactics, I did custom a little bit, so I feel bad for them boys this time around. But Triple Esport, though, falling from grace just a tad. Same with also TSC Ultimate, only getting 3 points. But I would say, Tarzan, they already started off so well. You can afford a bad game every once in a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's... After all, we love to see a little bit of a change, and Conqueror UK to play that well is actually very, very good. And you know, to our surprise as well, we talk about how TRG, before coming into the finals, they were a team that surprised us. in the group stage, and they continue with some decent, decent performance as well. It made me feel like that might be the infrastructure or the fan base supporting them. Without a lot of people watching for you, they definitely won't vote for you. If they don't came for you, then you have caught their heart. So either way, they is a team to look out for.
Yeah, for sure. I think that you got to look out for most of the teams that are going to be on the top of our overall standings. We'll be checking that one more in depth later on down the line. But especially as we're checking out the top team, it was Conqueror UK. And I had a question for you that I thought was very interesting before, Tarzan. It was that spread was the game-making opportunity that Conqueror UK just created for themselves. And it worked out great at the end.
I think there's two pieces of key information there, and I hope that I'm not, talking myself into wrong theory, but they were on this southeastern side of the circle in previous phases. People don't want to enter it because it's just the side that it shifts into. It's what we call the combat zone upon those hard shifts. So people want to go around. So a lot of the funneling would come into wide rotation in the north where people find each other. Conqueror UK know how to play stealth. Not only did they do that, they tried to take down some players without compromising their position. Even in the last bit of spread to adjust the split, they tried to crawl along the zone to get info. So they have that patience there. They used the landscape and they just did it very, very nicely. With a little bit of help from the zone, Conquer UK took that very much needed win.
It's just a theory, a PUBG Mobile theory. Okay, I don't know, man. I watch too much YouTube from time to time. Hey,
we approach Game 5. We approach Game 5, guys.
It's the end of the day, man. I'm letting loose. That's okay. But we're now going to be checking out our top 5 players in terms of kills. Shank's going to be up there for Team IND. Seemed like we have quite a few MVPs for Team IND being up there, and he also racks up a total of 707 damage. But I'm happy to see finally we're going to be seeing one death. We're going to be seeing Hitman. Let's not forget that these are some of the players that did really well last PMNC, actually to the point where they did actually win themselves the last PMNC. So Conqueror have definitely turned a new leaf at the end of today, Highland.
Oh yeah, I love the fact that Conqueror here have been able to turn through again, a big step up from them. I think the Conqueror definitely they needed this. We mentioned the mentality of them coming through the first 4 games were not to what we expected their level would be. However, I think it's also to be expected that Conqueror are again one of those coin flip teams where they can play well or they can also play slightly not well. And fortunately for them, it worked out this time. But I also just want to add the fact that we're not doing good, guys. We're not doing good when it comes to the mini.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of threw voting for Xeno Tactics. I was asking for trouble, I just got the delayed blessing on Conqueror UK. That's how it works, just delayed a tad. But 2 extra points going over to the community. I mean, you guys are shredding it. Keep on going. At some point, I think that we're gonna have the PUBG Mobile Esports team. They're gonna be like, you know what? We're gonna pick random people from the community, and we're gonna replace the casters right now. And they're probably gonna do that. So I'm scared for my life right now. But yeah, you guys are on point every single time. So definitely keep on going like that. Also, keep on checking out your screen because we're going to have a little code that's going to pop at the bottom of the screen to redeem some in-game loot. So go check it out. Hey, Tarzan, Highland Wolf, you guys going to use the code later? I don't know if you want to get some cool stuff. I'm going to do it.
Span writing it on my hand. I mean, I'm still to do it. Yeah, she has. She redeemed it straight away, man. She was in. I mean, to be fair, it's a pretty high PMNC parachute.
Okay, I'm gonna have to have a chat right there with Span Cargo. She's gonna get in trouble. I'm telling you that much. But yeah, once again, use the code down below in game so you can get yourself some cool PMNC loot in game, so you can look all nice and fancy the next time you get on the battlegrounds. But that's gonna be it. 5 games already in the book. I cannot wait to see who's gonna be also at the top of our overall rankings. I also can't wait to see exactly who's gonna be our MVP of the day here, Tarzan, because it's gonna be none other than Euphoria from NDL. Your team that you've been talking so highly of is gonna be on top of the leaderboard.
You know what? There's no surprise there. And the individual abilities have always been there. And like I said, the main thing is to come in and say, you know what? For this type of circle, these teams are going to play it like this. We're going to do this instead, right? So it's the one bit of adaptation, and I don't think they will struggle when it comes to mentality. You see the 1v1 ability and all that stuff is just great from this team, and for a well-deserved MVP of the day, is not the first time that he's shown some quality, and this one is just signature.
This play was absolutely insane. I mean, to be fair for Euphoria, they definitely have been stepping up a lot from the group stage. I mean, you thought about realistically here, Euphoria. Yes, they were already good in the group stage, but the fact that they can again improve even more so, it makes NDL such a scary team here, Tarzan. And I agree with you, they have been absolutely stellar today, but there is also 2 days to go. So there is still chances, and there is plenty of teams very close on this leaderboard.
Yeah, the turning heads. Yeah.
Very, very tricky. We talk about a mentality game, right? So it's about those who are not doing so well that need to bounce back. And when it comes to those who have momentum, is about finding that line, right? Can we use this well, or do we go overly confident? I don't think any team's going to go overly confident because today's been a little bit chaotic. I think everyone's learned some of their lessons. It's a great way and a great mindset to approach the coming days, and but it's going to be tough. I think the toughest thing is not just about how they feel. They can do many things to make them feel good. Is to use the actual data that is available to them. They need to rest up now, right? So when do they have the time to do it tomorrow? To what extent do they study it? How much do they have to change? And to what extent of change is actually realistic? And we will need to see it. But you know what? The plays from today, amazing. And these were our great winners who got some chicken dinner. Hopefully they love those chickens.
Hey, I don't know if you're going to agree with what I'm about to say here, Tarzan, but the number one gamer rule out there is you got to wake up after 12. That's the rule, okay? So if you want to relax and get fully ready and prepared for tomorrow's games, for day 2 of the PMNC UK finals, you definitely have to wake up relatively late, but that's be fine. That's what I do, at least. I'm trying to give a little bit of my
if you wake up
example.
at 11:59? I mean...
Hey, I mean, you go back to sleep, man. That's how it goes. But now we're going to be checking out our overall rankings, and a big jump last second here happening in Highland Wolf from Conqueror UK.
True.
4 extra positions, just shy of being in top 8. Do you think they can make it happen tomorrow?
I think the Conqueror definitely jumping up a lot, but they still have a long way to go. I think that big win, it is somewhat subdued by the fact that they also had 4 bad games. Had they had more consistency, we could have seen them inside, I think, that even top 5. We could have seen them heading into the top 3 if they were able to show that. That's what we're really looking through from them. Example team, though, surprised me because we said about their consistency and actually even beating out their Niko Defense League, despite how dominant, in the fact that even Niko taking the MVP at the end of the day.
Yeah, they're not too far away from each other, but actually one thing I wanted to ask you, Tarzan, here is when you're looking at your top 8 here, which team comes out to you as the biggest surprise after the group stage? Do you did not expect them to potentially be ranked this high at the very first day of the finals?
I would say Team IND. Because I think that it's not just experience, it's based on the consistency through the previous tournaments that I watched them as well. But you know what? That first game really set them up. Now it's about carrying that over and then doing the right amount of studying without losing the strengths, right? But today, the kills did come through, and I feel like we're not surprised. These names are what we would expect, like from this lobby as well. And Niko Defense League leading on the charts, Euphoria and Jody 8th, as we saw those sweet double headshots with those DMRs and Kosti. Getting that MVP spot from that group stage will carry over into these finals. And, Hitman going in there for Conqueror UK, to basically finish Max's wish from games 1 and 2.
Hell yeah, the delayed blessing. That's what we're going to call it right now. Otherwise, I'm going to get more hate on Instagram, and I don't want to deal with that. But yeah, Kosti, I'm really happy to see him up there for Excuse Me, I would say, very clearly a little bit up and down throughout today. And he was a sneaky player back in the PMPL Western Europe, so it's good to see a little bit of a step up, as now we're checking also the top 5 damage dealers of the day and their averages. And that's going to be an average of 464 damage per game by none other than Asis, the other player from Eastern Stars. I mean, and Rokis too. These are big names that really, when you're looking at it, Highland, we're just not surprised. Atis and Rokis, they are expected to be on point.
I mean, as well, I think the fact that Jody, no surprise to see them also on the side of these top 5 players. They're all big names, and we mentioned it have been part of the professional scene for quite a while. Apis definitely stepping up through from Eastern Stars and showing once again that on Triple Esports they can still be that carry player that is required. But that's not good, Max. That's not good at all.
Hide it, production team, please. We don't want to see it. This is absolute failure on our side. Oh no.
You know what? It's also like worse that you can get more than 1 point per round. I thought it's just going to be like 3 to 1, then we can chase. Now I need to really do my homework. You guys are not allowed to watch anime tonight if it doesn't help with your predictions. Okay, do we have a deal? Probably not, but you know what? We'll come back stronger tomorrow. We just have to, man.
Okay, hey, you know what I'm going to do tomorrow? I'm just going to pick TRG and Triple D, and I'm just going to pick the top teams again, and we're going to win, okay? Tomorrow we take home that big fat dub.
No, man.
This is great.
You're jinxing them.
No, come on. We got to get the win, man. We got to make the comeback story actually happen. But you know what? Before we do end the entire stream, I got a final question for you, Tarzan, especially because you're coach. You know, if you had a bad day right now, what are the steps for you to do as a team to try and make sure that you come into tomorrow and even day 3 with the best mindset possible?
I think they definitely need rest. Remind them of the important things of sleep, hygiene, sleep hygiene, hydration, and all that stuff. Some power food to start the day right tomorrow. Pick a time to balance between start with some strengths, then going into the digestible type of mistakes that can be fixed, right? And that would be very, very important. If time allows, then they can have some fun games. You know, the bonding of a team is extremely important. You would think that it may be a waste of time, but to add some of those in, to remember how you can do something silly together and feel like that's why we were a team at the first place is extremely important. So just finding the right amount, as we say in the medical side of things in my profession, optimal loading. You need to do something so they didn't get out of the practice spot, but not too much that they get injured again. So that would be what I'm going to do, Max.
Okay. Hey, fair enough. Hey, at the end, sleep well, eat well, get yourself some chicken dinners if possible. I'm sure that is going to be great. But thanks so much, Tarzan and Highland Wolf, for being with us on the show for today. It's been an absolute pleasure. And it's been also an absolute pleasure to have all you guys at home checking out day 1 here of the PUBG Mobile National Championship UK edition for the finals. Day 1. It's been great 5 games. Thank you so much for checking out the action. We'll have even more tomorrow, same time, same place. So be there, be square, and we'll see you tomorrow for day 2.
Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes, £22,000. Now that's a chicken dinner.